A happy morning, ladies and gentlemen. There you could see this picture, a trophy out there, as this is a final of Red Wing season number 3 on a special occasion, special day, the 79th Independence Day of India. With that celebration coming on, with that vibrant emotions of all those past things and music, now we are entering into this final Red Wing season number 3 as Corona assaulters are taking on Refined 11. Two teams with two different journeys altogether, with Refined 11 are the table toppers and direct finalists of the tournament, where 7 teams have participated and Refined 11 have beaten 5 teams out of the 6 matches, and they've been promoted directly to the finals. The point table number 2 and number 3 were Vintage 11 and Corona assaulters. Though Corona were at number 3, they have beaten up Vintage 11 in the eliminator game to get themselves promoted for the finals. Today it's a big final, though it got a long gap to conduct this final. Teams were in still same form, same energy and vibration to prove themselves out. As you could see, both the teams' fielding unit and batting unit are coming on for the national anthem. And the toss news is that Refined 11 have won the toss, and they have decided to bat first in this big occasion, which is going to be an upper edge and going to surely give them a dominance for sure, as all of them getting themselves ready. Now it's time for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Powering off. Connect again soon.
As the national anthem got over, time for some pictures out there, as Refined 11 batters are setting themselves out for this one last time in this tournament, Red Wing season number 3. But what a special day this has been, August 15, 2025. Good that for 79 years there have been different generations which doesn't even know what exactly happened over there, but that information, that emotion have been passed generation by generation to the younger gen on the value of independence, on how India was and how India is, which is a huge thing to go for the future. As this younger generation, the school kids, every school across Tamil Nadu, across India, will be celebrating the Independence Day. So these kind of occasions creates a question to the younger generation: why does this being celebrated even after 70 plus years? Because there have been this legacy been there in the mid 1930s, 40s, in fact centuries before that, and the way how people sacrifice their lives, people sacrifice their time and energy to make this happen. It's a very good thing that we've been celebrating these things, and with that emotion there have been a reason for all of us are being together today here to watch a cricket match, a cricket fan as a commentator, a cricket fan as a broadcaster, a cricket fan as a player, umpire, scorer. We all joining hands together for this big occasion Red Wings season number 3 30 overs cricket tournament grand final. Setting things up over there as the fielding unit getting themselves ready. Corona Assault is what I've never expected this result from the toss. But what I thought is that both the teams had different experience altogether. Both Refined 11 and Corona Assaulters have different kind of victories, different kind of experience in this tournament. Sometimes what happens is a team will experiment only one angle of playing cricket, like batting first in most of the games or using the same opening combination in most of the games. Then what happens is if that happened to be an opposite reaction in the final, they'll struggle on what needs to be done. Whereas when you take teams like Refined 11, they batted second in the first game, batted first in the next game. In fact, batted first a couple of times, but the only game they've lost in this tournament was when they batted second. So that's one of those reasons. While batting first, Refined 11 have 100% track record of winning a game. Keeping that track record in control, they're going to make it happen today. So this is going to be an upper hands for them, with pitch number 2 is being taken in control. We've seen the other semi-final happened on 10 of August, a T20 cricket match which had pitch number 1 in control. So 2 different wickets, especially this one seems to be having a little bit of dry grasses and hardness on the surface. Might get some cracks as the day passes, but this is a 30 overs cricket match. We're not sure how long this is going to help them out as a spinners. Maybe after 15 overs they might get some turn, but it was a short venue for the left arm spinners to do well. That's an added advantage. That's what we've seen so far in this tournament, so far in whatever the tournaments conducted by White Jersey in this particular venue. Speaking about Corona Assaulters, they also played a couple of games. They lost against Refined 11 in the league games, which was their final league game, as the batters walking on, openers are walking on to the crease. Refined 11, speak about Corona Assaulters as well, but this is time to see what's going to happen. Batting first have always been a go-to option for many teams out there in big occasions, though they're known for chasing. There have been plenty of low target defense. There have been plenty of very good comforts when you bat first. That's what happened to India in T20 World Cup finals. That's what happened to Mumbai Indians a couple of times when they beaten up their oppositions in the finals. Batting first will give you advantage. It will correct your mistakes with a win on your hand. So these kind of impacts are going to help you out as a team to do well. Refined 11 without much of expectations. Guru will be a key batter to watch out for. He's the leading run scorer of the tournament, along with Vinil Jabasilan. In fact, they've been top run getters of this tournament as well as their side. Arvind is the overall top run getter. Guru is at number 4. He is the leading run scorer for Refined 11, along with Vinil Jabasilan, Pasupati, AK, where the other batters we got to look at to perform well today. But especially it's going to be Guru and Vinil Jabasilan, as they've been the top contenders with the bat. Whereas with the ball, the leading wicket taker of the tournament, Vijay A, will be expected to do that one more time today, as this is most crucial game of the tournament. And the rest of the bowlers like Arvind, who's an all-rounder commodity, he bats well also, will be supporting their side to do well. Vinil Jabasilan along with Surendra RC opens the innings, whereas Arvind with the ball, one among the top performers, straight away starts off with the dot ball with good control, starting off with an open end. We've never seen teams starting from this end so far in this tournament. Many of those teams have started from this pavilion end, broadcasting in fact. Oh, beautiful bounce. There you could see the freshness on the surface. It's having the oddness as well as the freshness. That's why it's extracting that extra bounce. And this seems to be really good to watch out for, having a close keeper behind, which restricts the batter from stepping out. And now Vinil Jabasilan, without stepping out, keeping an conscious eye on his back foot, he have to focus on Arvind, who's having a genuine run-up, excellent fast bowling action. Blissful to watch out for on these things. On a fresh day morning, fresh wicket, good surface. As a fast bowler in red ball cricket, having close keeper behind the stumps, you have your own song to play. Psychological dominance against the batter. seems to be much better one. The only way you could counterattack such bowlers will be to step out and go for big shots, or step out and reach the length of the ball so that you could cut down those swings, so that you could cut down those seam up in the angle. But all these options were not a luxury now, but these were going to be a huge risk for Vinil Jabaseel. He can't step out, so he can't reach the length of the ball, so you have to see all those reactions coming on to him, which gives an upper edge to Arvind. Miscommunication doesn't cost any wicket out there, but they must be pretty careful on what needs to be done, as this takes a couple of dot balls. As this being a 30 overs cricket match, doesn't matters a lot you face a dot ball, but what matters the most is your mindset. What does the dot ball mean to you? Is it impacting your confidence? Then you need not to go for the dot balls. Or if it is not impact your confidence, you know what you're doing, then it's always a great option to use in 30 overs cricket match. Punches it through the covers, sweeper covers in position. Wonderful field positioning from Arvind, as Vinil Jabaseel gets up the mark with that shot. He was expecting that to be a boundary, but while you're bowling such lengths one after the other, the batter might surely be going for the cover drive. That's a very good option of having a sweeper cover in position, gives a huge luxury to the bowler. Now that brings the new batter on strike, Surendra RC, with only two fielders on the leg side, a short square leg and mid-on. This gives the clarity that this man is going to bowl way outside the off stump, but sometimes onto the off stump too. The dot ball to end the over. Wonderful first over coming to an end. That's one for no last refined 11. Been a wonderful first over out there from Arvind. That brings Umesh Kumar, the new bowler, to bowl the second over, having combination along with Arvind. We've been speaking about the bounce factor in this surface. I've seen two things happening out there. Though they were predictable bounce, typically new ball produces a bit of extra bounce, gives an extra upper edge to the bowler. So that was being a huge upper hands. And the other thing is, this also skids on to the ball. As we could see, Arvind have skidded on a couple of deliveries that doesn't let Vinil Jabaseel to go for big shots. So this is also going to be a huge advantage. Now with the off spinner, it seems, Umesh Kumar, the loading says him to be an off spinner, but bowling a medium pace kind of pace. As we could clearly see, this taking up a couple of dot balls, which is not at all going to be a problem in this innings, as you could make it up at any point of time. Since it is 30 overs cricket match, there have been more space for the bowling unit to pick some wickets. That's why they'll take this risk one after the other. They must be pretty careful on what needs to be done. There you could see total scored by Refined 11 in this tournament when they batted first, 203, 221. That's high in the air, catch was the call, but nobody standing at the deep as it comfortably beats up the short third man fielder and reaches out the boundary ropes. First boundary of the morning, first boundary of the innings to Vinil Jabaseel. A little bit of unlucky Umesh Kumar. He had his short third man in position, yet this get a thickish outside edge which doesn't carry on with the short third man fielder. Speaking about the pass score, 203, 221, 211. So it's between 200 to 220 is the pass score for Refined 11, and every time they won the game. Another one gets a good connection. Another one went onto the gap as it goes for boundary. This seems to be much better stroke making, as it is also an invitation from Umesh Kumar. They've been bowling it a little wider and closer. Look at that. Fuller and delivery wider outside the off stump. When you don't have a point fielder both in and outside the 30-yard circle, you'll be punished for sure. This gives more of space for the batters to set themselves up to score runs on the board. That's why I said 200 in 180 balls is not going to be a huge deal, but all you have to carry on is to focus on the wicket column. So every wicket falls, which is going to be let down for the batting unit. You can't score 200s that easily. An individual batter's slow and steady innings matters a lot, and partnerships are the key factors in a 30 overs game. That's why we always mention the 30 overs game are the huge platform for any cricketer out there to practice for T20 as well as ODI format, as this provides space for both the formats to thrive yourself as it goes over the boundary ropes. One more boundary in this over. 3 boundaries coming off this over, turning out to be an expensive one with 13 runs, 14 for no loss, refined 11. This was the shot we've been speaking about. It's the same mistake done by Umesh Kumar. Quicker one way outside the off stump when you don't have fielders squarer and finer behind the stumps. Sweeper cover cannot stop those boundaries. Continues up to bowl Arvind VB. Not sure whether Umesh Kumar will be continuing his spell, but sometimes some skippers will give that opportunity to the bowler. But before that, we've been speaking about the way how 30 overs cricket becomes an exposure for T20 as well as 50 overs cricket, which is a huge debate out there, as you could handle this as an ODI format in a couple of moments where you have to focus on not to lose the wicket to keep the partnership growing, and at some occasions you have to focus on only improving the run rate to find the aerial route. So the one who understands which situation suits for which approach are going to be the key factor in 30 overs cricket tournament. Point number 1, you should never get carried away with the boundary you scored. Every ball is a fresh ball. You have to keep that in your mind. Though there have been this baseball effects keep on ticking on, and it's impacting the modern day cricket. Even test cricket seems to be an attacking brand of cricket, but it's up to the batter's comfort. You can't go blindfoldedly. That's the key point. Just because you scored a boundary on the 3rd ball doesn't mean you could also score a boundary on the 4th ball, unless if it is a full toss or something that you prefer to score boundary. So these were the areas that a batter should improve, both for T20. So 30 overs cricket tournaments are going to be helpful in these areas. That you could see a bit of low kept deliveries if it's not pushed down by the bowler. If he pushes for the extra bounce, he's extracting it. But if he wants that skidding on delivery, it's also happening over there. So more possibilities of LBWs out there, and there have been a huge possibility of them getting clean bowls too. The batters must be careful. They have to play straight batted cricket. As of now, it's skidding on really well onto the stumps. And that's why it used to be said that though baseball cricket is in good control, every team should have a player like Joe Root, every team should have a player like Ajinkya Rahane, someone who set things up for the side, someone who takes up the responsibility to play the longer innings. If that assurance is there, then the entire batting unit could explode well. Full island delivery, didn't got the connection, and that is taken at mid-off. Arvind VB gets the first breakthrough, and struggling Surendra's innings coming to an end. This doesn't seem to be a game-changing delivery or a wicket-taking delivery. It's a typical full island delivery, but it tested the patience of Surendra. He had 4 dot balls before. Then this is a very good delivery from Arvind VB. That's dismisses Surendra's wickets, walks back to the pavilion without scoring. That's 14 for 1. Number 3 batter walks into the crease. The way how Arvind set up this over was really interesting to watch out for. Couple of dot balls to Surendra, one after the other. This leads up to a lot of pressure. then eventually giving him the trap that he is looking for. 90% of the batters will take wrong decisions. They are having this dot ball pressure. They are having this nervous out there, that urge to score the first runs. This pressure coming out there. If you bowl a full length delivery, most of the times the batters will give you catches. Pasupati, the new batter, comes in at number 3. Have a huge responsibility to take on. Despite of whatever he did so far in this tournament, that doesn't matter. Today, you have to show your potential, especially as a number 3 batter. And I really love this batting stance of Pasupati. We'll speak about this once he get back to strike again. He'll be keeping the strike anyway for the next over. That's 3 overs completed, 15 for 1. As you could see, Vinil Jabasilan is batting really well. That's the only hope that Refined 11 have so far in this game. There have been a couple of centurions out there in this tournament too. 2 centuries in this tournament. Arvind of Vintage 11 and Vinod of Corona Salters. Been a wonderful tournament out there so far. Having all the boxes being ticked on. Vijay A, the new bowler. One more time moving out with the spinner. Oh, this is interesting. I really love the way how the skipper uses his bowlers. Fast bowler for one over and spinner for the other over. This also confuses the batter. You have to face different pace altogether. But speaking about the backlift of Pasupati, it also makes me to remind of Sai Sudarshan's batting stance too. But not exactly. But I've never seen such batters in modern day cricket. These are the times of 80s where the bats were being kept behind the shoes until the ball is being released. But once the white ball cricket had started its domination, the power plays coming into play, the 1996 World Cup effect from Sri Lanka have urged the dominance of attacking cricket in batting, which lets the batters to lift up the bat a couple before the ball is being released. Wonderful placement that turns out to be. And that is a fielder in position. That's a twist out there. So backlift kept increasing, especially with the way how Sachin changed his batting stance for every season, every 3 to 4 years, when a fresh set of bowlers coming on to cricket. And which turns out to be today Johnny Bairstow and many batters like Joe Root are lifting up the bat until the shoulders. That doesn't bring a lot of difference. The only thing is that in modern day cricket, it's more about attacking cricket. So you have to be well prepared to go for big shots anytime. And that's one of those reasons why the batters have started lifting up their bats even before the ball is released. Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma lifts their bats at the hip level. And few batters, as I said, batters like Owen Morgan, Johnny Bairstow and many out there, not just English cricketers, are lifting it up to the shoulders. So one step is skipped. That's high in the air. Seems to be not getting the connection it requires, and that is a miscommunication. Vinil Jabasilan, the batter, and you'll drop such catches in a final. He's one among the top run getters, second for Refined 11. A pure mistiming. Good job, Vijay A. But this is a miscommunication coming on to play, which gives another opportunity for Vinil Jabasilan to score big innings. But this is a wonderful over. Just 4 runs coming off this, 19 for 1. Continues up to bowl Arvind VB. This is wonderful bowling display here from Corona Salters. despite of what happened in the league phase, despite of the kind of opposition they are facing, despite of the toss factor, this is turning out to be a wonderful spell. But to speak much more deeper about this topic that we've been speaking about in the last over two, using spinners coming on to play, trying to attack them with pace and spin from both the ends, and more of convincing approach in a 30 overs cricket match that doesn't let the batters to perform well as of expected. With 200s coming on the corner, anything below 150 is not going to be a comfortable total for refined 11, especially if they won the toss, though we've seen a couple of history that reacts differently. Mumbai Indians defending 140s and 120s in big finals, India defending low targets in big finals when the score requires is 30 of 30. When you have batters like David Miller, who's along with one of the greatest T20 batters of that time, Henry Claassen, and India turned the game towards this side. That's because of the kind of impact they had on the game. It's because of the kind of impact they had as they batted first. That matters the most. So it matters the most when you bat first. You could eventually put more pressure to the batting second side. The target pressure, the run rate pressure, even one good over from a bowler will change the context of the game. The batters will feel nervous. And that's why in big stages, teams prefer to bat first so that they could avoid those pressure of batting second. And this backlift is really impressive to watch out for. It's refreshing too, as the modern day cricket is travelling on a different angle. Whether we accept it or we did not accept it, it's travelling on that particular angle. That's the reality. We have to stay with the reality. We have to speak the reality. And today's cricketing fraternity, all you have to know is to hit sixers. You know how to hit sixers. You have to be well prepared to go for sixers. You have to score sixes against a bowler bowls 150. You have to score sixer against one of the top class spinners. That's what expected from T20 franchise cricket sides. All they need is 2 points. For that, if a batter scores some 9 ball 30 runs, it's appreciating effort, and they'll be keeping up that talent for the future. So with this kind of growth, when you see batters like Pasupati, it's really refreshing to watch out for. I don't say cricket is at bad phase. I don't say high in the air, catches the call, mid off, under the ball. This time no interruption, and that's a perfect catch taken. Vinil Jabasilan one more time did the same mistake and lost his wicket to Arvind VB. Fortunate that Arvind VB got the wicket again. It seems like he have to pick that wicket. Vinil Jabasilan, despite of him setting himself well, lost his wicket unfortunately. That's 21 for 2. Vinil Jabasilan, the batter, being dismissed. This was the ball. Bowled Fuller. He tried to overhit the ball with a cross-batted intent that doesn't let him to go well. Good catch taken at mid-off. "21 for 2 as Guru, the number 4 batter, comes into the crease. The highest run getter for Refined 11 at that number 4 in the leading run scorers list. He's been one of the top contenders out there to bat well. Today he have to take up the responsibility to score runs on the board. It doesn't matter whether you played well on the league phase, but what matters the most is you have to carry on that form. If it doesn't happen, then you don't deserve to be a winner." Continues out to bowl Vijay. Interesting batting stance that is. Now I'm surprised to see how Pasupati is going to build an innings with this batting stance. I'm not sure whether it's applying well for T20, but this being a 30 overs cricket match, it is going to be an interesting contest to watch out for. But there have been a few factors that's going to impact him well. If a bowler hurries on to the pads, it's going to be a tough call for batters like Pasupati to carry on with that. Surprising field position. Leg slip in place. And that's not the right delivery to be bowled on when you have a leg slip. Being kept in good control over there. That brings a strike to the new batter, Guru. The most anticipated batter of refined level, the most expected batter of refined level, should have to take up the responsibility today. The other thing is that they've been playing this final after a long gap. So that's also one of the trouble. Got a bit of extra bounce over there. That turns out to be one more dot ball in control. Speaking about the form factor of Guru, they played this tournament right from January, so they played different seasons altogether. We're not sure about the exact form of these players today, as we're playing on August 15. Oh, that's taken. That is taken. Spectacular catch out there. Guru gone for duck. As this time Vijay gets a breakthrough, and that is a huge fish on his net. Look at that. It had a bit of quickness, especially in this particular end. We're watching a first over. It's getting on. It's quicker. And it's getting leading edge. It's not Guru, in fact. It's Pasupati the batter being dismissed. Sorry. Pasupati the batter being dismissed. And that's 23 for 3. Refined 11. Been a tremendous catch out there. I think that batting stance have also contributed a lot to this wicket, it seems. We'll speak a lot about that, as this is what it used to be. Look at the batting stance. No backlift. The bat is next to his shoes. And he couldn't get himself well with the backlift. I think that is a problem with his batting style. The stance is okay. This resembles 80s batting style, which may work today also, but he's not having a backlift before going for any stroke. Without a backlift and downswing, nobody could go for a stroke. It may be Sunil Gavaskar, it may be Gundappa Vishwanath, or it may be Mahendra Singh Dhoni. All you have to have is a very good backlift. Though for a good defense, you have to have a backlift. Anyway, Vaidhi, the number 5 batter, comes in. Guru is still in the crease. Sorry that I've said Guru is the batter being dismissed. That's a mistake out there. Guru is still there to take up that responsibility. But as of now, it's been a wonderful 6 overs from Corona Assaulters. This was not the decision they wanted. They were pushed on to bowl first, but they've been taking that for granted and playing calm and composed cricket with spinners and pacers mixing up together. It's really working well. That's why I mentioned early in the innings, left arm spinners got to do well here. That doesn't mean only left arm spinners. Finger spinners have enjoyed a lot picking up wickets in these conditions. Look at that field positioning. This is the confidence. This is the way you have to do it. There you could see 3 bowlers, Vijay and Umesh Kumar, were the spinners, and Arvind is a pacer. Both spinners and pacers mixing up together, picked up wickets over there. At 6 gets completed at 23 for 3. Now that brings Arvind VB one more possibility. Is 2 for 4 his numbers to bowl his 4th over today. The maximum a single bowler could bowl will be 6 overs. So his 4th over it is. He'll be having 2 more to be bowled. But as of now, all their eyes will be on this big fish, this big man on strike, Guru. If this wicket was taken, if this wicket will be taken, then this is going to be a turning point of this game. Onto the back foot, couldn't get much control over there. The short selections went wrong, in fact. Except Pasupati's wicket, rest of the wickets were being taken only when the batters tried to go for the big shot. So most of the times it's a trap by the bowlers. In a 30 overs cricket match, you can't be that aggressive, especially when you're under pressure. That's what happened to both Surender and Vinesh Jabasilan. This is much better. Go for a grounded stroke. Go for big shots if there is no fielders. If it clearly gives you the space and you are in a good space of mind. Rhythmic approach matters a lot. Pressured approach will never be getting you in good control. Oh, unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Gets a bit of feather over there, but doesn't have slips in position. To a new batter, who would have had that anyway. Vaidhi is fortunately safely landed to the non-striker's end now. But speaking about making a huge impact on the power play matters a lot. And what's most important is, despite of you won the toss or you losing the toss, giving that immediate impact is very important. Don't forget, this is the 30 overs cricket match. There is no hurry for run rate. But wicket column matters a lot in most of the phases. Seems it is a change of pace. As you've seen, Guru got out of his control. So that's why the mistakes went over there. Pasupati's wicket was clearly earned by Vijay. Though Arvind also earned his wicket, that came out of a trap, for which Surendra and Vinil have lost their wickets. If they are bowling a full and delivery, it's clear sign of a trap. After bowling couple of dot balls, they've been inviting you for the big shot. You're already under pressure. You'll eventually go for big shots. And that's why things got in control. I think these were the areas where the batters must be confident, the batters must be thought-provoking. That's why great thinkers become great batters. You should know what you need to do. You should know when you should not carry it away. Oh my god, that is a risky stroke making, yet gets the result he is looking for. Vaidhi the batter gets his first boundary of this innings, but this is a very risky one. Look at that, just upper low, it will be LBW. Oh my god, this is a risky one. But anyway, I'll still say this need not to be approached in modern day cricket. 30 for 3 after 7. For 3 it is. Umesh Kumar back into the attack. The situation was different. Now the situation is completely different. While he is on strike, two different batters now. It's not Vinil Jabasilan and Surendra. It's Guru and Vaidhi were the two batters. This gives more confidence to Umesh Kumar. But still he's doing the same mistake as Guru goes into the back foot and finds out the boundary ropes over there. Interesting stroke making this turns out to be. As you've seen this in control, Umesh bowls another quicker one, flatter one, but the length is very short, which is more than enough for him to get into back foot and score that boundary in good control. I think what's the difference between Umesh Kumar and Vijay is, Vijay flights the ball well, Vijay tries to bowl full and deliveries. He's more of confident bowler with a gutsy approach. But whereas Umesh Kumar is bowling a lot of quicker, afraiding that what if I bowl a flighted delivery, what if I bowl a good length flighted delivery if it goes for a sixer. I think that thought won't work. You have to take that risk of tempting the batters. You have to take that risk of pushing the batters moving forward. A just flat and quick delivery alone will not help you out. That's eventually going to invite the batters for cut and pull shots, which is not going to be a part of the game plan. So it's better to flight it well. Let the batters come forward. Let them take that risk first. Though it's much better one, I'll still say it's better to get closer to the batter. Though the space is okay, the length must be changed from Umesh Kumar. And speaking about the sweep shot played by Vaidhi, not sure why he seems to be this aggressive in a 30 overs cricket match. This was the mistake they did right from the beginning of the innings. Surendra tried to go over the mid-off fielder, caught red-handed by the mid-off fielder, and 2 times Vinil Jabasilan got missed time and it went up in the air. One time he got a luck, at the other time he lost his way. So just one good delivery to dismiss a batter. You have to be much conscious on what you're doing. Trying to play grounded shots and taking up the risk at the right point of time matters a lot. Now more responsibilities are falling into the hands of Guru. If it's T20 it's fine, but if it's 30 overs game, you have a lot more to bat on. 8 gets completed, 37 for 3. Continues out to bowl Vijay. He's been bowling really well. The length that he prefers to bowl, that's bringing up a huge difference in the game. That's how he got the wicket of Pasupati in his previous over. Look at that. Oh, exceptional performance. All you have to do is to come forward. Then it's up to your choice. You can go for the boundary. You can try playing slog sweeps or over the covers fielder. But you have to come front. You have to stretch yourself up. That's what he's doing. Now long on is being pushed down. There is a sweeper cover. There is a long on in position. He's going to invite the batter to go for the big shot. Long on and long off in position. But these were quite good that Guru is trying to meet it into the middle of the blade. That is going to add a lot of confidence. Yet, it's better to rotate the strike here and there. 5 fielders, in fact 6 fielders inside the circle. To not let the batter strike rotate easily. Pulls it away. Not the right length to bowl on, as there is nobody at the deep. Yet it's not reaching up the boundary ropes too. Not a better connection in overcast conditions doesn't let you to reach out the boundary ropes that easily. A little bit of slugginess over there, that you have to push the ball really hard to travel it to the boundary ropes. Turns out to be one more. But after the first ball, I've seen all those balls being bowled a little bit good length and back of good length, which lets the batter anyhow go into the back foot. Though is not going for big shots and boundaries, is still standing comfortably, not stretching himself well. Another short ball, another punishment. This time the outfield does the job well as it reaches out the boundary ropes. Short balls are getting punished. Fuller length or getting wickets. That's the key thing in today's game so far. Look at that. These were invitations for sure, especially when you don't have a fielder in that position. Nobody in the picture except the long on fielder. Kept in good control over that, and he'll be keeping the strike back for the next over. That's 44 for 3 after 9 overs. There you could see the scoreboard. The top 3 batters, Vinil Jabasilan, Surendra and Pasupati, couldn't give the start that they're looking for. But anyway, this partnership might take the game moving forward, as Umesh Kumar continues up to bowl. Only through 3 fielders so far for the entire 10 overs, and there have been a couple of bowlers needs to be introduced. So far it's only 3 bowlers. Should never bowl a short ball. There is no safety precautions of the deep square leg too if he pulls the ball away. And strike Guru. Couldn't get much control over there. But there is a huge difference with the pace in which he is bowling. Good throw from the fielder anyway. Vijay bowls in a pace that is considerably a little slower than what Umesh Kumar bowls. Umesh Kumar bowls a quick and flat delivery, which is not going to be an easy task for the batter to score the boundary. But anyway, if it's too short, the batters will find it is useful. Now all they need is one good partnership which is already in existence. If this carries on for the next 10 overs, probably they could eventually come back from this crisis. And this is really good to watch out for. They're not finding aerial route. Single one after the other. Grounded shots which matters the most. Catch is the call. As you can clearly see, the strike is being rotated in the same regions. Sleeper cover and long off one after the other. Single to end the over, turning out to be a decent on from Umesh Kumar. That's 49 for 3 after 10. .49 for 3. This is turning out to be a wonderful phase of the first 10 overs. I'll say this phase was dominated by Corona Assaulters, especially with the way how they applied their field positioning, how they applied their bowling shufflings. They could have used 4 to 5 bowlers at this point of time. They only used 3 bowlers, with most of them prioritized as a spinners. 2 off spinners and a medium pacer, 4 overs for medium pace and 6 overs to off spinners. Now Babu, the new bowler, comes into the attack. Oh, much better one, much better one. This is the kind of length you're supposed to bowl. Remember, this is not a T20 game. This is 30 overs game, red ball cricket. There you have more space of this being treated as an ODI format. So spinners should take that risk. Spinners should tempt the batters. Babu is doing it really well. At any point of time, any of these batters might get triggered to go for big shots. It might work well, but if they get triggered, that itself is a good success to Corona Assaulters. I'll say this is a very good approach. This is a very good style of bowling too. A good flight on the ball. A little bit of low full toss, as that turns out to be a wonderful save out there by the long on fielder to save a boundary, and 3 runs cut down. Could still hear the cheers over there. Hot and humid conditions, sun shines over there. Though it's August 15th, we are almost nearing the monsoon. It's still hot and humid. That's typical Chennai for you. And that's where spinners get their results that they're looking for. They could get some purchase out in these conditions. This hardness and dryness on the surface lets the spinners to turn the ball well. Oh, that's high in the air. Was a poor shot, but no fine leg in position. That lets Vaidhi to get himself in good control over there. Maybe a little bit of adjustment on the length will work. I really love the pace in which Babu bowls. He's flighting the ball, but he's almost pitching it closer to the stumps, pitching it closer to the batter's boots. So they're taking it as a low full toss or sometimes full on delivery. A little bit before that, a shot of fuller length might work. There you could see clearly. Another one went on to be treated as a low full toss. He's fighting the ball, yet is not earning the result that he's looking for just because of the length factor. He's extra flighting it, and he's pitching it almost to the boots of the batter. Much better one. This is much better one, as this doesn't let the batters to take that as a low full toss delivery. 6 balls, 6 singles, 11 gets completed, 55 for 3. Ratnatilak DS is the new bowler into the attack. That seems to be a new partnership with the ball, but one more spinner for sure. I really love this approach. Oh, that seems to be put down, but this is really working well. On a 30 overs cricket match, you could cut down a few overs with spinners bowling quicker overs one after the other with the likes of Ravindra Jadeja. So this is not going to let the batters to think on what needs to be done. If you have pacers, there will be more time to think and discuss. As this run-up takes more time, every over takes time to get completed. But now with spinners, they'll be coming back to bowl one after the other. Quickly they'll complete 11 to 20. And then this is going to be a huge pressure for the batting unit to design this batting. The partnership specifically. Get the cheers out there. You could see the brown color wicket with more dryness on the condition. No crack yet, but this may get the crack as the time passes. If we play 3-day cricket here, the 3rd day will be very good for the spinners. That's the kind of condition it is. White jersey. But for us, using spinners in the middle of the game is going to be a wonderful decision out there to keep things moving forward. He finds the aerial route, Vaidhi, and the placement seems to be perfect, as it turns out to be a maximum. But I'll say this is a very good success for Corona Assaulters too, as Vaidhi is shifting up the gears. So possibilities of taking a wicket out there, but this is a wonderful shot. It reminds me of Rahul Tewatia's batting, with purely bottom hand coming in control. His stance says it all. He's a typical gully cricketer with power and energy to do what needs to be done. But if this is going to be the approach, there is a possibility of a wicket being fallen down. 63 for 3 after 12. There you could see the bowling caught. 5 bowlers so far being bowled, especially with Babu and Ratnatilak are bowling this spell. As now Vijay is replacing Babu to bowl his fourth over. 1 for 13 so far from his side. This is to break this partnership, as they clearly understood that this partnership is getting matured and both the batters are setting themselves up well, especially with the way how wide they scored that sixer. Now it's an intention to break this partnership out. They are bringing on a set spinner who did well so far in this innings. Good that he's keeping things in control. Guru knows what needs to be done at the right point of time, as he's trying to carry on the pressure well. And rotating the strike also gives more advantage for both the batters to understand each other and spend some time with the non-strikers in a regular interval of time. So that clarity with front and back confusion seems out to be a close appeal, as Das gets the breakthrough that they're looking for. A miscommunication leads up to a wicket getting fallen. Vaidhi, the batter, being dismissed. There you could see the clear picture. While this is happening, there is an S or no confusion, and finally it became S, but it was already late as Vaidhi lost his wicket. At 64 for 4 now, Vaidhi gets back to the pavilion. Uday Kumar, the new batter, comes in at number 6. Was an unfortunate wicket out that turns out to be a breakthrough for Corona Salters. Now this is going to restrict both Guru and Uday Kumar to set themselves up well. Uday Kumar needs to settle himself well with some good time on the crease. He's having 16 overs to bat, in fact 17 overs to bat. Should see this as an opportunity to prove himself well. Whereas Guru is already in good touch. Have to take up this innings to the last over, it's over well. As that's what you have to keep in mind. If Guru plays to the last over, the scoreboard will somehow thrive to be in a good position. That matters the most. First ball for Uday Kumar. There wasn't much special preparations out there for Uday Kumar. No slips in position, no short mid-wicket. Eventually he could rotate the strike well. Couldn't get much control over there as it goes out of his control. Maybe using medium paces might work well for the batters to score runs on the board, but as of now we've seen spinners taking up the dominance. These were unwanted efforts. A relaxed batting intent from Uday Kumar. As it turns out to be another dot ball to end things off. The 13 gets completed, 66 for 4, refined 11. Babu back into the attack. Oh, catch opportunity. And that's been put down. Another miscommunication. I don't want to be harsh on Babu. This is not an opportunity, but that was a chance of picking up that catch. Look at that. But I love that he had his hands well in good control to go for that catch. That's appreciating up effort over there. Continues out to ball. Another flight to delivery. Strong shouts this time. As that seems to be no signs of the fingers going up. Good work done behind the stumps anyway. But this is turning out to be dangerous one after the other. Slowness and flight in the air distracts the confidence of the batter, distracts the thought process of the batter. Guru was staying good. Guru was well focused, but now Guru is trying to go for the big shots. It's not his brand of cricket anyway. But there is flight, but we couldn't see much of revolutions coming around. So it's not going to move quicker, which is an added advantage for batters like Guru. It's not going to spin much. It's just flighting in the air. If you reach the right length of the ball, you could go for big shots. Another one turns out to be miscommunication, as this time it was quite good. Turns out to be a single with Uday Kumar back on strike. Still getting out those cheers over there. Uday Kumar yet to get off the mark. Came in at number 6. Have more opportunities to bat. Another batter landing it well behind, next to the shoes, and now lifting his back lift. This is what I meant. That's what the difference with Pasupati's batting. A cheeky one, positive intent out there. The more they gave like this, the more the ego of a bowler will get impacted, and he'll try to bowl something out of his box. That's why the batters tend to score runs on the board. That's high in the air, and that is taken. These were poor stroke makings from a top class batter, and all these dramas happening in a big final. As Babu gets his first one, his patience got himself the wicket he deserves. Look at that. That extra bounce and slowness in the condition. This is a terrible stroke making, and no mistakes done by the point fielder. Guru, the batter, being dismissed, and this is going to be a huge breakthrough out there. 68 for 5, it is 3 final 11. AK, the new batter, comes in at number 7. Much better one from the spinners doing the job today. 68 for 5 it is. Ratnatilak back into the attack. Flights it well. Couldn't get much control over there, but another miscommunication. Good work done by the covers fielder. So spinner is doing it really well. This is what exactly happened in the previous final too. When you follow all the matches happening in white jersey, spinners will always have mere dominance. If spinners start doing well, the batting will start collapsing, especially in red ball cricket in this pitch. And that's how it used to happen. Couldn't get much control over there, as this is turning out to be one more dot ball in control. A flighted slow delivery with a little bit of spin and control deceives the batters. This is because of the impact of T20 format. Nobody approaches this game as a 50 overs format, as a ODI format. That is more space for an ODI format in 30 overs cricket. They have scored just 69 and 14.2 in 86 balls, 69 runs. But what impacts this game is those 5 wickets. Imagine if you lose just 2 wickets at this point of time. You would have made the score up any point of time. But now, with the 5 wickets falling down, it improves the confidence of the bowling unit. That's why even the bowlers who do well in the first over are doing well in their second over, as they're bowling to different batters, especially AK, the new batter. Got a couple of dot balls and finally gets off the mark with this, as this turns out to be a couple of runs on the board. So these were the impacts must be kept in control. The wicket column will always keep you into the back foot. Your opposition will always be one step ahead of you. And that's what Corona Assaulters have kept on doing in this innings, picking up wickets with spinners. Strong shouts. And that hits the pad, says the on-field umpire. 15 gets completed, 71 for 5. And that's a scorecard out there. As first 5 batters gone. Now all of them were number 6 and number 7 batters taking up the responsibility, AK and Uday Kumar. They may also be having a couple of batters coming out there. They're not having much longer tail. But anyway, this is a collapse so far for the first 15 overs. .71 for 5. Vijay Demal, the new bowler. And a first leggy of the day. A conventional leg spin out there from him. We've seen a couple of off spinners doing the job. Now with a leggy. There may also be a left arm spinner. There have been plenty of options out there for Corona Assaulters. Maybe with these 2 months of time, they also have introduced a couple of players out there. They've also introduced a couple of skills out there for the same player. Now what happens is the team gets evolved from what they are, from what they were to what they are. That's why this difference comes in. The last match being played by Corona Assaulters were 1 month before. That's a big shot, huge shot that is. AK connects it well and dispatches it way longer than the boundary ropes. Exceptional stroke making that turns out to be. It was an extra flighted one with against the turn. Not going to be an easy task for every batters. AK had this power and the proper timing. Still a risky one to take on anyway. And that's why I mentioned if a batter is trying to take such risk, you're having wicket taking options too. He's taking risks. So if you bowl at the right areas, you could pick up that wicket. Oh, that's a gutsy bowling. Flights it one more time, and that's a tremendous batting out there as it goes for boundary. 6 and a 4 now, as AK have started taking control against Vijay Dhamal. But I'll still say this is the 30 overs game. You must be very careful with your shot selections, as it is going to be the only factor that's going to keep you into the game. Wicket column. No shot, third man in position. This is tremendous batting out there. AK was not playing any blindfolded cricket. He is not premeditating, watching the ball and then playing the right stroke. 12 runs so far in this over. Now Uday Kumar. Oh, he's trying to play the second fiddle, which is very good to watch out for, turning out to be an expensive. I'll still say if AK is playing this brand of cricket, there is a possibility of picking his wicket. There is something out there with Corona Assaultus to break this partnership. They're almost closer to the verge of making it a low target, less than 120. Dot ball to end the over. That's 83 for 5. Continues to bowl Babu. Now this is going to be a different impact altogether. Good work from the wicketkeeper. Hits a stump with a one stump view. With this attitude, the batters will fear to rotate the strike that easily. These are the areas the fielding unit must be united to show their confidence. And speaking about Babu against AK, I'll say AK seems to be having a power to go for big shots, intent to go for big shots. Now with a slow and flighted delivery from AK, this is what exactly happens. That gets almost closer to the stumps, as it's missing it down. Maybe unless or until AK realizes that we should not take a risk beyond our control, this is going to be a dramatic over to watch out for. Oh, taking him in good control. Good that AK thought for a moment not to go for big shot for this one. I think this is where the batters become sensational. The more you take up the responsibility, the more your quality increases and you will be considered as a great batter. He's not blindfoldedly going for big shots. Watch the ball, go for shots. If things were not working out, he's straight away gone for rotating the strike. Same happening exactly with both the batters. Maybe targeting one particular bowler 6 overs. Imagine if you score 60 runs against one particular bowler and 40 runs against 2 bowlers. You have already scored 140. Then if you just score 20s and 25s against top bowlers in that 6 overs quota, you could eventually make it happen to the big numbers at the end of 30 overs. Now as of now, we've seen Vijay Dhamal getting impacted. They scored a 6er and a boundary against him, and giving all the respect to Babu. Trying to go for big shot. Catch was the call. As that is a fielder in position. Will be just a single as it fell short of the fielder. 86 for 5 it is after 17 overs. Big shot goes down the ground over the bowler's head, and AK is in commanding position now. Good that captain tried to give one more over to that particular bowler. Vijay Demal is bowling really well, flighting and tempting the batter. Sometimes it may go out of the control. This is what exactly happening. Look at that. Though it had a turn, he finds the aerial route and distance as well. But I appreciate the confidence of Vijay that as a captain he is giving one more over to Vijay Demal to prove himself. He should flight it again. He should give the same opportunity to AK. There is still a possibility of picking wickets. But not with it. Catch is the call. That's high in the air but landed safely in no man's area. Bowling short is not going to be something helpful in a 30 overs game. They'll casually rotate the strike and take the game deeper. Flight the ball, give it closer to the batter, let them decide whether to get tempted or to play it with respect. Smashes through the covers. Hope the fielder is okay. As this rotates the strike and giving it back to AK again. Will there be a possibilities of a wicket? AK back on strike. The good thing is after scoring a sixer, AK is not trying for another sixer. He's playing composed innings against the same bowler. This eventually triggers the bowler's emotions. Look at that. He's going into backwood and playing grounded shots. Not going for big one. The intent was to invite him for the big one from Vijay Demal. But at some point of time, without us expecting, he might be going for big shots. That's why AK is leading up Vijay Demal. He wanted it to be a short ball and he converted it to be a short ball as that overran fielder made it a boundary. Look at that. That initial trigger movement led the bowler to bowl it a little bit short and he got a little excited and overran at the sweeper covers. With one to get things completed. Oh, he's very good at playing those cut shots. Another shot, another boundary to end the over. As that is turning out to be another expensive over. 16 runs coming off that over and that boundary brings up 100 up here for refined 11 as well. One thing is pretty clear that he's very good at playing leg spinners. 1 or 2 for 5. Finally, the skipper himself gets the ball. Vijay A into the attack. 1 for 16 so far. The intent will surely be on aiming to get a wicket on his name to break the partnership. Especially with the wicket of AK, they could eventually dominate this innings. There is still the possibility of 170 if this partnership gets going. I got to really appreciate with the way how Uday Kumar is batting today. Though there are a bit of temptations, he understands the importance of his wicket. As AK is taking care of run rate, AK is becoming a heroic performer today, and Uday Kumar is just relaxing himself at the non-strikers end to watch it happening, not tempting himself out, not going for big shots, eventually intends to rotate the strike. Very good that he is responsible. He understood that if one batter does well, he is having much time to do well. He can eventually rotate the strike and keep the game going. That's what he was trying to do, but as of now, he didn't got much control over there. As Vijay A is bowling on the right areas where the batter still feels it hard to rotate the strike. Another one kept in control. Seems like he wanted to rotate the strike on the onside. He's having a bit of premeditated approach. As there are 4 fielders outside the off stump, it's pretty much hard to rotate the strike. Backward point, cover point, and extra covers inside the circle. So this felt out to be tough for him, so he planned long on to rotate the strike. And that's what he's trying to do as well. There you could see the 4 fielders converging together. Sets up a boundary within the 30-yard circle. So unless or until you try to break within these fielders, you could score runs on the board. If the intention is to rotate the strike, long on is an option. That's what he's trying to do. Much better one. That's a maiden from Vijay A. 19 gets completed, 1 or 2 for 5. Umesh Kumar back into the attack. Starts off with a couple of dot balls. Don't bowl a short ball to AK. He's very good at playing those cut shots, smashing outside the off stump. The moment he slaps the ball, it feels harder, the bat sound. He started assuming that it is going for boundary. And his ability to find aerial route is an added strength for him. So he could play two-way cricket approach against the spinners. But this is turning out to be quite good. As the last 8 balls went on to be a couple of dot balls. Another one with a bit of skidding on situation that doesn't let AK to score a boundary with only single in control. Now that brings Uday Kumar back on strike, who's struggling hard to rotate the strike on the onside. Catches the call as it pierces between the fielders, eventually travels and reaches out the boundary ropes. A welcome boundary and a much needed boundary for Uday Kumar, as he was the one had a bit of pressure to score runs on the board. Finally tried to pierce between the fielders. He thought a lot before throwing his bat away. It was not the first time he was invited to cut the ball away. We just want to get things under control. Unless or until you cut the ball, all you have to do is to rotate the strike. You can't come forward, as it's good length delivery with a bit of flat and quickness on the surface. Another dot ball to end the over. That's 5 runs coming off the over. That's 20 gets completed, 107 for 5. Subhash Singh, the new bowler. Change in bowler one more time, as they were not ready to go with Vijay Damal again. Change of end also, as it's gonna be from the open end now. As they've been trying to keep things in a good control. Seems like he's leggy while watching those warm-up deliveries and the bowling action. AK must be happy with that. They're also having one more time a leggy in control, Subhash Singh, but the end is different. This might be treating a different approach altogether. Flights it well. Couldn't get much control over that, but this seems to be quite good under control. There have been a bit of slowness on the condition too, unless you have much revolutions with the ball. That's why those cut shots worked well with AK. He let the ball to come in well. He had more time to wait for the ball. Maybe if it has more revolution, it will be much quicker. Catches the call, but that finds the perfect distance out there. But this time, it is much better stroke making. There we could see this intent again. That was well good in shape, and playing it against the spin is a different challenge altogether, as he took the challenge Uday Kumar for the first time, his first sixer of the day. So every risk being taken seems to be calculative now. The momentum gained by Corona assaulters is going out of their control now, as refined 11 seems to be well refined with their performance. Spending some time over there. Subhash Singh must be bowling a flatter one. That's exactly happened. These kind of deliveries will surely be impacted a lot. Should never get fear on what happened in the previous delivery. Just try to bowl another fuller one. The only way the batters might lose their wicket is to go for the big shot. The possibilities of them being taken by the long on fielder or the boundary rope fielder. Another one in the air. This time fielder comes forward and that is taken. This is what I mentioned. This is what exactly being mentioned. Flight the ball, give the opportunity for them to go for the big shot and earn wickets like this. Subhash Singh, with this gutsy approach, led the Uday Kumar's batting display coming down, and a wonderful catch taken at the deep with good measurement. Hope he's okay. That's 1 on 4 for 6. And 14 for 6. Sam Joel, the new batter, comes in at number 8. Yes, that was a very good one from Subhash Singh to finish things off. The fielding standards have been quite good from Corona Assault so far. Catches weren't dropped when those intent to go for the run out push the batters. Gets off the mark straight away with that single, Sam. Now that brings a strike back to AK Ajit Kumar, who was very good at playing against the leg spinners. Single to end the over. That's 1 on 6 for 6. In fact, one more to go. As that's how things got in good control. There was a white ball bowled in this over, so which lets him to bowl the 7th ball of this over. Single to end the over. That's 117 for 6. There you could see the scorecard. There's a number 7 batter taking up the responsibilities along with the number 8 with 9 more overs to go. This is going to be an interesting contest to watch out for. Slices it behind. That seems to be quite good under control with the way it went. Starting things off with a dot ball. Punches it down there to go for the single. Couple of dot balls to begin things off. As Umesh Kumar back into the attack. Started things off poorly, Umesh Kumar in the power play. And then managed to do well in the upcoming overs, as he did really well in the middle over. Strong shouts. Wasn't seems to be much convincing over there, but yet this is really good to watch out for. With a couple of dot balls out there, I'll still have a short mid-wicket fielder inside the circle to avoid him rotating the strike and giving it back to AK. As Sam, being the new batter, might not be trying to go for the big shots that easily. It's better to not let him rotate the strike that easily. Now it's pretty clear that AK would have conveyed that go for the soft hand singles, just touch it, I'll come. That will be the topic spoken, but this is a really good bowling that Umesh Kumar is trying to bowl one after the other to the stumps, and their intention seems to rotate it at the onside as well. Look at that. As that eventually got the single that they required and brings the strike back to the said batter. Now the biggest question is, will he rotate the strike and keep the strike back to face Subhash Singh, or will he try to go for the big shot? As this over got only 1 run. Oh, these were unwanted approaches here. That Umesh Kumar must keep things under control. This is a wonderful over. Should never be an expensive one right from here. 5 balls of hard work could not be put down with 1 ball. Keep the strike back for the next over. That's 120 for 6 after 22. Starting it with a dot ball. Swings it well, gets a connection, but couldn't reach out to the boundary ropes. It seems that's a wonderful save out there at the deep. They'll be really happy with that performance at the deep. It was not an easy one. Look at that power with the bottom hand in control. A very good save at the deep. Saves a couple of runs for his side. Gets a little bit of flight as Ratna Tilak back into the attack. Not going on with Subhash Singh. Good that they've been shuffling the bowlers really well, but completing the entire innings of the spinner with Arvind bowling only 4 overs in the power play. Just 2 singles so far in this over with the set batter on strike. He'll surely be trying to go for the big one. And that's where this is getting more interesting. The spinning combinations of Corona Assault is taking on the set batter of Refined 11 AK. Catches the call as that eventually beats up the fielder's chance for the second run. Will be comfortably coming on for the second run. Wonderful running between the wickets. Just 4 runs coming off this over. That's 124 for 6 after 23. .124 for 6 with last 7 overs in action. And Babu back into the attack. He did really well so far in this game, especially with the way how he brought in the wicket of the most crucial batter of this tournament. Doesn't have much spin over there, doesn't have much revolution over there. It's just flighting well with the kind of pace, with the kind of length. Straight away comes onto the stump, straight away travels. Not much surprises, yet with discipline he's dominating the batters. It's a pure discipline coming into play. Just a little bit of extra pace or a little bit of extra length might be a punishable delivery, and that's where the quality of Babu lies in between. He's not providing that easily. It through the covers, chance for 2. Will surely be satisfied with a single, but couldn't see much of big stroke makings coming on to play for the past couple of overs. This is turning out to be a wonderful spell from the spinners out there, especially with the past couple of overs. It's not getting runs that they're expecting, and this arrangement of field positioning have also been impressive to watch out for. Steps out, yet couldn't get much control over there. So that is a clue that he's also trying to step out. Sam Joel have also lost his patience. Yet certain things went out of his control. This is a wonderful over. We can clearly expect Sam Joel to go for the big one. Maybe through the covers, maybe in between the long on and cow corner, or maybe a strike rotation too. 5 runs so far with one more to go as Ajit back on strike. Having mid off almost closer to the bowler to avoid strike rotation. That's a wonderful one to complete things off. 129 for 6. Good over from Babu coming to an end. That's 24 overs, 129 for 6. There you could see Umesh and Vijay have bowled 5 overs. They'll be given one more over. Whereas Babu having 2 more overs to complete. There have been plenty of good spinners out there to finish their spells. This provides more space for them to do well. But Ratnatilak continues out to bowl. Catches the call as it fell short of the fielder. One more dot ball. I think the field positioning have been impressive to watch out for. They exactly know where the batters will be rotating the strike and where the batters will be trying to score the boundary. And the fielders are being placed in those regions, especially with this one to avoid strike rotation at long off. This eventually forces batters to go for big shots. So your mindset get collapsed. You already have a game plan, but with this kind of field positioning, you start thinking about plan B. You start thinking about something different from your usual game plan. That's why the bowler's success, that's why the bowling team's success comes in. They made you to take a different decision. They forced you, they cornered you to take the decision. That's what's happening. There have been 3 fielders to stop runs going at the covers and mid-off region. Moves across, yet it finds out to be difficult. I'll appreciate this intent to play at the fine leg as there is nobody standing at the fine leg. Eventually they could score 2 or 4. But I'll still say Ratnatilak is reading the minds of AK. He's one step ahead of AK's mindset. And that's why it's getting out to be a couple of dot balls in this over. 0-1, 0-0 with 2 to end the over. Oh, inside edge. Finally gets something at the fine leg region. Must have been not into his expectation, but anyway gets the runs that he's looking for. But that was a poor intent to go for the big shot, trying to overhit the ball. The more you try to overhit the ball, the more you will be losing your wickets, the more you will be getting the ball to reach out the stumps. That's more like a license to allow the ball to hit the stumps. As you'll be having heavy back lifts, you'll be having huge downswings out there. I think this is the phase most of the batters doesn't know what to do or how to do. As you know that there is a need to score runs on the board. That doesn't need you have to go for the big shot. How will you find those runs? How will you steal those runs? This is where the batters have to learn more about picking the gaps. We'll speak a lot about that. 132 for 6 after 25. change of end. The final 5 overs as we're entering into the death overs with 4 wickets in hands. Babu to bowl his 5th over. Still the same field positioning to avoid strike rotation. And they're trying to find the aerial route. Doesn't get the result that they're looking for, but anyway the intent seems to be appreciable. As I've been speaking about the speciality of today's event, it's 79th Independence Day, that the entire India is celebrating it. And at this special occasion, there have been this particular video that's been revolving around the social media. The World Cup winning celebration with Virat Kohli, Hardik Pandya and entire team India walking with the song being sang Ma Tujhe Salam, and that visual was circulating in the social media. Steps out and goes for the big shot. That's a pure timing, and I love that placement from Sam Joel. Exceptional stroke making, turns out to be a boundary. I think these were the strokes that needs to be appreciated. Look at that. He just stepped out and reached the length of the ball, placed it into the most safest regions of the ground. Exceptional stroke making this is. I love to play these strokes. And speaking about that Virat Kohli, in fact not just Virat Kohli is the front face of that visual. Oh, that's a misfield. Eventually it turns out to be a boundary. This is very unfortunate. Not the first time it's happening, but so far the fielding standards have been quite good. Except these, one of the other misfields went for boundary. Nobody thought that this shot would go for boundary anyway. Lucky runs, this turns out to be 10 runs so far in this innings, as this also relieves the pressure for refined 11. This time we couldn't get much control over that. That turns out to be a low full toss. And with that video getting circulated, the only thing that brings patriotism to most of the younger generation is cricket. Through cricket they get united. Through cricket they get the feeling of patriotism, which is also a good sign, unless it becomes 1996 World Cup semi-final. We'll speak about this a lot. 26 gets completed, 144 for 6. A quick 5 partnership between AK and Sam Joel. You could appreciate the effort of Sam Joel. He came in as a number 8 batter when the team was not carrying much hopes. AK was also struggling with the traps being set by Corona assaulters. This man Sam Joel stood in front and took up the responsibilities. Finally time for some pace. Arvind VB back into the attack. 2 overs so far. Picked up early breakthroughs in the power play. Arvind VB. The wickets of Surendra and the wicket of Vinesh Jabasilan. But speaking about patriotism mixing up with cricket, it's a very long topic to be spoken about, not just today. For the past couple of decades, patriotism have also been mingled with cricket in India. The only way you could feel patriotism is through cricket. There have been the other way, the important way. That's quite good under control. Starts off with the dot ball, as AK was expecting that to be a wide ball. And there have been few moments that were these war fields, the soldiers must be celebrated. That was there, but practically what's happening in India is younger generation is more interested in cricket. They are fascinated to this game. That's high in the air. Couldn't get the distance, and the fielders didn't reach the landing area. It is surprising. One more time, miscommunication, whether you or me. As that turns out to be a dropped opportunity of a set batter. That's the poor thing here. Set batter getting another opportunity. And this thing we've been speaking about, like patriotism being taken seriously in cricket. Oh, India have to beat Pakistan. India have to win this trophy so that we could play national anthem, we could play Vande Mataram. I think there have been a certain level this could be accepted, so that through this form we could also infuse the patriotism mindset to younger generation. They should also know the value of independence. They should also know the value of loving your country. But at the same time, there is the other extreme where the Kolkata crowd started throwing water bottles and firing up things in the Eden Garden stadiums in 1996 World Cup. That's a poor thing. Through the covers, And just because India lost in 2007 World Cup, that's a misfield again. As it turns out to be a couple of runs on the board. This is quite good under control. And just because India couldn't do well in 2007 World Cup, the houses have been attacked. There have been firings of the boardings of the cricketers. This is a very terrible approach of Indian fans done by all over the country. So patriotism to a serious level in sport is going to be dangerous. That's high in the air. Will it get a distance? And it gets a distance it requires. Tremendous stroke making out there. I think against the pace he did it. That's 50 up here for AK as well. In 40 balls, 3 boundaries and 3 sixes. Came in as a number 7 batter and took up the entire responsibility. Look at that shot. Not an easy one. And he finished it off with style. Exceptional stroke making. Despite of this being pace attack, 10 runs so far. Faced the entire over. And takes the scoreboard to 150 plus. 11 runs coming off the over. That's 155 for 6. $155 for 6. Straight away rotates a strike over there. Vijay back into the attack to bowl his last over. He bowled a maiden in between but didn't got a continuous spell to be bowled. Initially he bowled well in the power play and then he was not given. In fact, he was the captain. He didn't give himself continuous overs. He came when the team was in crisis, bowled a maiden and went away. Never existed. And then came again, did well, never existed. Now finally came into bowl the last couple of overs, especially the most crucial phase of this innings. Oh, this is much better one. Much better one. Went almost closer to the stumps. Asim seems to be under pressure that only one batter changed the context of the game today. It's AK. If it's not AK, it would have been a different approach altogether. Imagine if AK is scoring some 20 and losing his wicket, the scoreboard would never reach to 140. It would be around 120 or 130. There you could see the big shot coming in as it fell short of the fielder anyway. That was expected to be a catch opportunity, but that was not taken. And the skipper was not happy with that approach. It's not the first time it's happening. He did that 2 times today, missing down the opportunities, and then it went out of their control too. As the covers fielder seems to be a bit nervous. Punches it down to the mid-wicket region. 2 is the call. As that turns out to be just a single over there. This is turning out to be a wonderful over again. Though it's 28th over. 5 runs of 5 balls with 1 more to go. Will he bring the breakthrough that the team requires? Lost ball of Vijay today. Sweeps it away. And landed safely to the fielder's hands for single. 6 balls, 6 single to end the over. That's 1 more good over from Vijay coming to an end. In fact, that's unwanted single out there. 2 to end the over. In fact, that 7 runs coming off the over. Is looking out to be tired, Ajit. 162 for 6. On 62 for 6. With 2 overs to finish things off, Umesh Kumar with the ball. Umesh Kumar also had a good control so far in this innings. Didn't started well, but after bowling a couple of overs, he set himself well with economy. His past couple of overs have been really good. As it hits the stumps, and finally the breakthrough is here. As Umesh Kumar gets his first wicket, which is a huge wicket. As AK's wicket finally coming down. This was another quicker one. The intent was to pull it away, but unfortunately it gets a bit of inside edge and hits the stumps away. That's a wonderful innings coming to an end from AK. 55 runs of 45 balls with 3 boundaries, 3 sixes, a strike rate of 122. Not an easy one to bat on with this hot and humid conditions. He was tired, he was dehydrated, yet he controlled the innings with full potential. With this effort, the scoreboard moves well. There you could see AK with satisfaction will surely be celebrated. There will be standing applause for him. Shankar Gopalan, the new batter, walks into the crease as number 9 batter. But this was a very good first ball to begin things off as the last 11 ball in game, and there is no set batter like AK, but there is still Sam Joel. As Umesh Kumar is bowling a 6th over, Vijay, the only bowler, completed his spell so far. There is a possibility for Babu and there is a possibility for Arvind as well to finish their skills. Whereas Ratna Tilak bowled 4 overs, Vijay Demal bowled 2 overs, and Subhash Singh bowled 1 over. Catches the call. As he straight away gets off the mark with that single, Shankar Gopalan. Oh, that's much better one, much better one. It's better to use him in the middle overs and death overs rather than trying in the power play. He bowled the 2nd over of the innings, so he was used in the power play as well. Just because of the quickness he got with the new ball. Big shot, but was not much better connection and was not much better placement, as it turns out to be just a single. So far it's been turning out to be a decent over with a couple of singles and the wicket on the first ball. And even with dot balls coming on to play, one more good over coming into play. As it gets just 4 runs so far in this innings. There have been a bit of confusion in the middle out as well. We could clearly see that there was a wicket in the first ball and then straight away Shankar Gopalan rotated the strike. There was a dot ball and then there was a single, and now Shankar Gopalan going for single with Sam Joel Some confusions out there. That seems to be the end of the over. 29 gets completed. It must be 165 for 7 if I'm not wrong. Let the scorers update these things. As the proposal is that the first ball was a dot ball, not a white ball. As things were being taken well right into the last over. Starting things up with a pace. Onto the attack, starts off with the white ball. .166 for 7. With this wide, it will become 167. As the first ball went on to be a white ball. Vinod, a new bowler to the bowl the last over. It's really surprising to see things happening. That's a boundary as well. Oh my god, could you believe this? These were unfortunate things. And what's more surprising thing is, Arvind was not given an over and Babu was not given an over. Going on with the medium pacer, even Arvind is a medium pacer. This is really surprising to watch. But 170 for 7 seems to be a total to fight on. They could surely have a good fighting spirit in the second innings refined level. This is more than an expected pair here. Though this doesn't meet the standards of refined 11, this is already a good total. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the control that he is looking for. Having a tremendous innings out there with all the batters who are expected to perform, didn't perform well. With AK taking up that responsibility to do well along with batters like Sam Joel. We could also appreciate the intent done by Guru in the initial phase. Vaidhi batted well, Uday Kumar batted well. These players have also contributed well together so that the partnership thrived well to score runs on the board. 172 for 7. With the last 3 overs in action, Sam Joel back on track. That's high in the air. Couldn't get much control over there. With 2 to end the over. Yes, things were quite good under control. 174 for 7. Lost ball of the first innings. Good that this seems to be a very good total to watch out for. That's a good shot. And a better timing out there. There is a fielder in position. 2 is the call as Shankar Gopalan came back for the second run as well. And they've been ending this first innings with those 2 in good control, with Sam Joel reaching up to his 25. 176 for 7 is the end total after the end of 30 overs. There have been few good bowlers used in the middle, with the skipper being the top performing bowler today. 6 overs 23 for 1 with a maiden. Babu 28 for 1. Ratna Tilak 4 overs 18 for 0 with the rest of the bat bowlers accompanying. Arvind 5 overs 22 for 2. With the bat, you've seen Vinil Jabasilan started well with his 16, but it was AK Ajit Kumar who was the one who took up the responsibility of scoring 55 runs with the bat. With the rest of the batters like Guru, Vaidhi, Uday Kumar, Sam Joel have contributed some runs. 176 for 7, the end total. 177 is the target required here to win the game for Corona Saltus. As you could see, the batters walking onto the crease. 177 the target required to win the game. Definitely a challenging total which puts both the sides with 50% margin to win the game. It's up to the special performers and the one who handles the pressure in the second innings are going to make it work today. Vinod will be expected to perform well as he is second leading run scorer of the tournament and most run scored batter for Corona Assaulters, along with David Proudfoot, who have also been one among the top run getters in at number 3. These two batters will be expected to perform. More responsibilities on them, but the entire team had a good batting display so far in this tournament. Will try to carry on with the same momentum. Whereas with the ball, they'll be expecting Kishore to do well from refined 11. Vijayakanth, other performers will be expected to do well today. So it's up to the way how they're going to make it work, as both the sides have different journeys, different approach. Now 177 being set, 200 will be much safer total. Whenever they scored 200, they never lost a game refined 11. But today it's 176, which is going to be a little bit of odd decision, as this is going to be the twist on the tail on who is going to make it today. When both the sides met up to each other, Corona Assaulters batted first, scored 158, and the target was chased down by refined 11 easily. So that experience would also be something that's going to add up to the tail, as Vinod, the top performer for the side, is coming as opener along with Shyam, and Kishore with the ball straight away as top performers taking up the responsibility straight away. 11 wickets for Kishore so far in this tournament, second highest wicket taker. Most wickets taken by a bowler for refined 11. He is with the ball straight away. We've seen spinners doing the job in the first innings. How about the second innings? First ball. And that started things off with the dot ball over there. Vinod and Shyam must be careful for the initial proceedings, as the ball was getting on well. You've seen the power play bowlers doing well in the first innings too. But once the game gets onto their control, it's going to be different pressure altogether. Through the covers, Juicy one to get off the mark with that single. Vinod moves to the non-strikers in. Even with the scoreboard, there have been a different approach from Corona Assaulters. You can't come for a conclusion. Their first match, they've been bowled out for 1 or 2. Whereas when they scored well in the second match, 94 for 0 and 8.1, the target was 91. And 215 for 4 against Real Patriots as a chasing side, 182. They've shown tremendous batting display. They chased 179 also against Aero Jaguars. So chasing down this target is not going to be pressure for them. They were known for their batting display so far in this tournament. There have been plenty of batters did well for them too. But whereas for refined 11, this is going to be different pressure. They've conceded a couple of 200s too. So this is still a touch and go game. Early breakthrough matters a lot, and carrying on with the momentum matters a lot. Even in the first innings, we've seen the team struggling with 23 for 3. One batter and his responsible innings and a couple of partnerships with other batters ensured them scoring on 70 plus. Same was required here. One batter taking up the responsibility, playing long innings. Strike rate doesn't matter here. It's about how long you bat and how many runs you score. Better to score 50, 60 or 70 even possibly. Lucky runs out there as Kishore bowled the first one down to the body line, which went on to be a leg wide plus single. This is surely not going to be let down for them, as Kishore is trying to set the batters on one side of the game and trying to attack on the stump line. Sometimes bowlers used to do it, having only 2 fielders on the onside, most of the fielders standing outside the off stump and bowling one after the other outside the off stump. The batters sometimes prepare themselves for the cover drive. If a stump line delivery surprisingly comes like this, it'll break the wicket, it will dismiss the batter sometimes, and now Vinod was quite comfortable on what he's doing. That's why these tactics will be applied in a regular interval of time. Oh, thickish outside edge. Shot third man inside the circle, which is more than enough. And that's a boundary. Unlucky. This is V.S. Sham gets off the mark with that boundary. But this is pretty unfortunate for Kishore, as he was doing really well. Taking back a look at that shot, no slips in position. And it's travelling finer, closer to the wicket keeper. And no chance for shot third man to save that. Lucky runs on the first boundary of the innings too. With one more to complete this over. Will surely be given a wide ball. A couple of express through that went out of the control. That's why I mentioned in the first innings. Second innings have always had a pressure to do. One good over with the bat or with the ball is going to pressure the opposition. This thing will always be keeping thing on your mind that you have to defend this total or you have to chase down this total. Wonderful delivery to finish things up. One gets completed, 10 for no loss. Ten for no loss. Parthiban, the new bowler, comes into the attack, and the helmet's being weared, which shows that there may be signs of spinner or a slow medium pacer. Slow medium pacer. Ensure that you will be getting some stumpings out there. That's what the intention, and that's what happening, it seems. As you could see, the new ball is having a very good movement to the new bowlers. The season here is a windy season in Tamil Nadu, which lets the ball to move well. All you have to do is to give the guidance to the ball. Once you provide the direction, it will swing on to that particular direction. So far we've seen Kishore trying to bowl in swingers, and that's what Parthiban is also doing, not moving up with much spinners. But whereas when you saw the bowling lineup of Corona Assaulters, they used spinners for the entire innings, with only one fast bowler bowling 5 overs and the other one bowling 1 over. So the 24 overs were being bowled by spinners. Look at that movement. You could clearly see that in-swinging delivery, but went away from the batter. If it is a left-handed batter, it would be a wonderful ball to watch out for. But for the right-hander, something unexpected. Maybe if this is supporting well, they could bowl it at the fourth stump line, which will eventually swings into the stumps. And there may be more possibilities of them getting LBWs and clean bowls. He is not ready, and this pace is not impacting the game as well. Which is still reacting the same, only the wind changes. It's 2:20 p.m. in the afternoon, and it's a decent wind support that's really helping the bowlers do well, unless you bowl at the right regions. As it travels, doesn't reach the boundary ropes. As he's not a pace bowler, he's just a slow medium pacer. You can't use the pace to go for the boundary. But what's most intriguing is we didn't see much of these swing coming on the first innings. Maybe we didn't see much of fast bowlers in action. Only one fast bowler being used. He did really well with the bounce factor, but the rest of the overs were being given to the spinners. But now this is interesting factor to watch out for with the way how refined 11 were using fast bowlers for both the overs. The spell is taken care by the fast bowling combo with a quick fast bowler and a slow medium pacer. Both of them extracting a bit of in-swing over that. That's pretty much important. So the batters must be very careful. One ball of the right line and length might be angling onto the stumps. It's already getting closer to what we've been speaking about. No signs of them taking the advantage of batting in the power play. Sends it through the covers. Couldn't get much control over there. As this gets continuous encouragements out there. Through the covers, catches the call. As he comfortably strokes it to get the single over there. Turning out to be a wonderful over. That's 2 gets completed, 16 for no loss. Continues to bowl Kishore. This time that's dropped. He was not expecting that catch. And he was not ready for that catch. Chance for the breakthrough was put down by the covers fielder. Though it's quick, it's straight onto the hands. Look at that. No need of any movement. He was not well prepared for the catch. As a covers fielder, you must be prepared for every ball. Not for the catch, but the ball will come onto you. That's the mindset a fielder must have. You can't expect the ball doesn't come. Let's see if it comes. That mindset won't work for the in-circle fielders. You should be well prepared. You should be walking in. Your hands should be active to grab the ball. As these are crucial factors that's going to decide the end result. You can never get such easy catches that easily. So opportunities should never be put down. This time through the covers, much better stroke making over the covers fielder. But was not much impactful with the power. It's just the timing. So far we didn't see much convincing stroke making from both the batters, to be very honest. They've been punching it, slicing it, but not much better timing. Not hitting at the sweet spot of the blade. Somehow surviving to score runs on the board. That's the kind of approach so far. Look at that. These kind of strokes eventually get some runs on the board. Will be given a wide ball. This doesn't have much of swing in the movement, but most of the balls were having that movement which doesn't let the batters to extend their arms. Extras have also been a threat here. So you could clearly see 14 runs being scored by the batters and 8 runs came as extras. It's just the third over of a game and 8 runs extras already. Strong shouts and was given wide. But speaking about the approach of both the sides, this is interesting to watch out. For the first 10 overs, only 3 bowlers used by Corona Assaulters, among which 6 overs were being bowled by 2 spinners and 4 overs being bowled by a pacer. Another one went behind. This time to the right of the short third man fielder, goes for boundary. The player tried to play it through the covers. It gets much of thickish outside edge. In fact, almost to the blade of the bat. And that eventually moves to the right of the short third man fielder. Turning out to be an expensive one anyway. 11 runs already with 1 more to go. That's what I mentioned. The more you bowl slower, the more you bowl with the spinners, it gets more controlled against the batters. Even in the first innings, we see only one batter scoring convincing knock of 50 plus, which is AK. The rest of the batters struggle to score runs against continuous spin attack. Another one through the covers, another thickish outside edge. This time, he also opens the pace of the bat, so credits to the batter as well as it reaches out the boundary ropes. A good length delivery being bowled outside the off stump, and he opened the pace of the bat and just slices it over the points fielder. Taking back a look at that, the length is the problem, and he played it with a gutsy approach. Tremendous stroke making out there. Now change of bowler. Parthiban, the new bowler, comes into the attack. In fact, Parthiban continues to bowl as he bowled the other over, slow medium pacer with a little bit of movement with the ball. Some special field positioning as they are having short fine leg in place and removes the short third man. Now 3 fielders on the onside and 6 fielders on the offside. They must be having a third man in position at the boundary ropes to avoid those unnecessary boundaries coming out of the control. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much control over there. But this seems to be quite good under control. If he continues out to bowl with this line, the movement will eventually help him out to pick some wickets. Unless and until if he bowls onto the body line, it's going to be invitation for the boundary. That must be kept in mind, and some discussions going over there too. In fact, with the bowling approach, I see refined 11 bowlers for keeping the game on particular region. They're bowling way outside the off stump, keeping the game at the point and covers region. The batters have also been trying to score in that particular region. So they decide where this game should flow. Look at that, another one through the covers. There isn't so much of things going on the long on, mid-wicket, short square leg or long off. Even the short third man, those got thickish outside edge. So the intent was pretty much towards covers and point direction. And the bowlers are the deciding factor of that. Couldn't get much control over there. And as of we said, we didn't so much of convincing stroke making so far. Somehow they managed to score runs on the board. Somehow they managed to get boundaries. It is not satisfying, and at some point of time they might get the breakthrough. This is really good game plan that they're having. Wicketkeeper closer to the stumps. Even as a viewer, I'd get temptation to step out. But they are not getting the temptation, as they have been this lock system where there is a wicketkeeper standing behind. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much control over there, as they've been trying hard to reach to the mark which they're trying to do. Strong shouts, no chance of that being a wicket. Couple of dot balls in this over. 4 dot balls and a single and a wide, with 1 to end the over. One good over finally, with less extras, less runs being conceded. But let's come for the conclusion after this ball. Catches the call, and that's another poor timing. But single to end the over, that's 4 gets completed, 34 for no loss. $34 for no loss. Slices it, and a wonderful save from the fielder. Would be just a single. Good call from Sham to rotate the strike, so that they could eventually rotate the strike to keep the scoreboard moving. That's one of those ways to get closer to the target. So far, no signs of them losing wickets. This itself is a huge positive energy for Corona Assaulters to win this game. The less you lose wickets in the first 10 overs, the more you win the game. But what matters the most is these convincing stroke makings. Yet both the batters were struggling, yet both the batters were not meeting it to the sweet spot of the bat. They were somehow meeting it to some corners of the bat. And this doesn't look like a soft cricket. That's high in the air. Was another poor connection. Nothing more than that as Vijaykanth, the new bowler, comes into the attack. As he came with the ball. These were unwanted efforts. Unwanted efforts at this level of cricket. A little bit of carelessness and reluctance on the field leads them to concede extra runs on the board. There you could see that. They were relaxed, and the batters had good understanding between each other, which led them to score another one. They know how to score runs. They know how to maintain numbers. It's a 30 overs match. The less you lose wickets, the easier you could reach out the target of 177. It's not something like 220 or more. Everything seems to be connecting the dots. If they go with the same pace, it's going to be a winning game for them. Another one through the covers. This time it's taken. There comes the celebration. Each easy catch was dropped, but a tough one was being taken. This is really interesting to watch out for. That too, unfortunately, cost his wicket. Look at that. He would have not gone for the second run. Look at that catch. With one hand in control. There you could see the smile on faces, celebrations on. Vijaykanth came in, brings up the breakthrough. Sham, the batter, being dismissed. It's 37 for 1. David Proudfoot, the new batter. Another talented batter to watch out for. A tall batter with classical batting approach. He had that patience and persistence to play longer innings. One of the professional players out there to watch out for. David Proudfoot comes in at number 3. Didn't have much of convincing stroke makings yet, though if it's a single, if it comes out with the clarity as the batters meets it with the middle of the blade, that's what I'm meaning about. It's not about a maximum or a boundary. It's about a smooth and confident stroke making goes for single or 2, rather than something that means out to be a struggling one. Punching it somewhere and it goes somewhere, pierces between the fielders, gets some runs on the board. Should never be a pleasant batting display to watch out for. Trying to open the pace of the bat, couldn't get much control over that. Turns out to be a dot ball. As these things are being kept in good control, opens the pace of the bat. Was not trying to rotate the strike out there. Turns out to be quite closer to watch out for. Couple of dot balls to end things out. 37 for 1 after 5. Change of end here, as they've been bowling from the broadcasting end right from now for the next 5 overs. Seems like Parthiban continues. That's a clear good sign for them. They got the breakthrough in the last over. Now change of end might be giving them much confidence to be stay fresh and being hard against the batters. That's going to be the same for the batters as well. Vinod on strike. No signs of them expanding the fielders outside the 30-yard circle. This is still more of a ODI format. Seems like it's been put down by the wicketkeeper, or is it just closer to the bat? We're not sure. But that is pretty clear that Vinod is still waiting for his turn to keep up the momentum going high. Through the covers, catches the call as that fell short of the fielder, and it eventually goes to reach the boundary. Unfortunate. This is unfortunate. It was a good try from the fielder anyway, but yeah, what a dramatic twist it turns out to be. Just fell short of him, and this result is not acceptable. Anyway, that's 41 for 1. That we know have started taking some responsibilities out there. Yet I'll say this is not a convincing stroke making. Corona assaulters much start things with their own brand of cricket, what they did so far in the tournament. Much better one. Goes over the covers fielder. but doesn't beats up the outfield over there. We'll be getting a couple of runs on the board. Slices it as it goes between the fielders. 2 is the call, and they're running back for the second run. Wonderful running between the wickets. As this gets a couple of runs on the board, alters the length of Vijaykanth as well. 0-4-2-2. This puts him under pressure to stop things going out of his control. Especially with the first 2 deliveries, in fact first 3 deliveries, he was going really well with his length. But this one went on to be a bit of short length, which puts the bowler into the back foot already. Smart batting out there from Vinod. Scored a couple of runs and eventually scores a silent single to get things satisfied in this over, which leads up to the new batter gets a strike. 0 off 2, David Proudfoot, a tall right-handed batter. Dot ball to end the over. That's 46 for 1. There you could see the bowling card. All 3 of them were fast bowlers and medium pacers. Still no signs of spinners coming into play. So far 3 bowlers were being used. Not sure what's running on their mindset, but 2 teams were having 2 different approach altogether, that's for sure. With the likes of Corona Assaulters trusting on spinners and bowling as quick as possible, that was really working well for them. But whereas here Refined 11 believing much on the medium pacers and yet continuing with the medium pacers with Parthiban continues to bowl. As this is different approach altogether. Oh, that gets a feather and the finger straight away goes up. David Proudfoot. In fact, it's Vinod is walking back. That's a tremendous display out there from Vijaykanth. Came in and brings up another breakthrough. It was the one brought in the initial breakthrough in his previous over. But this time it's invading the stumps. A little bit of lowness and it's skidding onto the stumps. Look at that. Look at that carry and straight away Vinod is walking. Even before the on-field umpire giving it out. 46 for 2 Corona Assaulters. And that's a wonderful gesture from Vinod. Pure sportsmanship. Kudos to his approach. He was a very good batter. He was the top run getter for the side. But unfortunately, today his intent to go for the big numbers were not working well. There comes the number 4 batter. Vijay Raj, the new batter, comes in with a strike rate of 100. Averaging 16. Number doesn't seem to be convincing, but on a particular day, some performers will be outstanding. With one being the example, Manvinder Bisla of Kolkata Knight Riders. Nobody have ever thought that that night was going to be that boy's night. And similarly, every final, every cricket match has a story to be written. It may be his story too. Seems out to be pretty close. A strong appeal. Was not giving out over there, but this improves more confidence. As Vinil Jabasilan is trying to appeal it and push the batters under pressure, Vijay Raj must be having this thing in mind. What if it gets edge? What if it meets the edge of the bat? So with this pressure, it's going to be added advantage for the bowling unit as well. As the hunter turns out to be a soft-handed single. Couldn't get much control over there. But so far it's been tremendous bowling out there from Vijaykanth. The first wicket went through the covers as a one-sided catch. One-handed catch in fact. And this one being a good catch taken by Vinil Jabasilan. As things were quite good under control with David Proudfoot back on strike. Yet to get up the mark, 0 of 3 balls. Another one onto the pads. This is really right length on the angle that is trying to invade the stumps one after the other. You can't push yourself back foot, you can't push yourself moving forward. As things are quite good under control. Adding up to a little bit of pressure. Couple of dot balls is eventually going up to lead up a pressure that the batter at some point of time might be trying something different out of his box to get his first runs on the bat or to get the first boundary. And this is where all these pressures were getting implemented. But on a 30 overs cricket match, it will always be appreciated to face up a couple of dot balls. What matters the most is the amount of pressure you'll be taking after those dot balls. Could you be able to come out of the crisis? That matters the most. But as of now, David Proudfoot is not finding ways to get the first run. 7 gets completed, 47 for 2. .47 for 2 with Vijay Raj and strike over there. Continues off to bowl Parthiban with most of the fielders inside the 30th circle yet. This communication turns out to be a wonderful communication between the batters that leads up to them getting the strike. Back to David Proudfoot. Not sure whether this is going to be an added advantage for Parthiban or is it going to be an advantage for David. Been bowling really well, but except Vijaykanth, the rest of the bowlers were not up to the mark in terms of picking wickets. Maybe that's one of those reasons why this strike was given to David Proudfoot that early in this over. 4 fielders covering the offside and 2 fielders on the leg side inside the circle. Finds the aerial route finally. And that's a boundary to get off the mark. David Proudfoot finally breaks the silence and scores runs on the board. As this is turning out to be eventually much better stroke making, as there was cover point, backward point and short third man with full guts in control. He swings the bat in the air where nobody's standing at the deep. Look at that. Over those 4 fielders. That's a welcome boundary and 50 up here for Corona Assaulters as well. 52 for 2. Gets at the mark with that boundary. This is much better line. This was what Vijaykanth was also doing. If you bowl onto this length, the batters are finding it difficult to rotate the strike. Their intention becomes to block the ball, not to lose the wicket. That's why it gets more control over there. If you bowl outside the off stump, the batters might find it easy to score runs on the board, and this seems to be convincing stroke making as well from David Proudfoot. Miscommunication again. Good on done by the fielder. These things were quite good under control. The fielding standards have been really good with refined 11 with that united approach, shouting and encouraging, bringing different vibe altogether. Onto the stump straight away. With just one more to complete things of 7.5, 52 for 2. They started things really well for the first 5 overs, but this end particularly does well for the bowling unit. As refined 11 have started picking wickets, though they got the first wicket on that particular end. This is also giving them opportunities to pick some wicket out there. Adding one more to that in control. Couple of dot balls to finish things off. 8 gets completed, 52 for 2. $52 for 2. Starting things off with the dot ball. As these things have also been much good with the control. Rolls onto the path straight away, rotating the strike. These things were quite good under control. With an expectation to pick another wicket, Vijaykanth was brought in with the ball, and that gives strike back to David Proudfoot. This combo is working really well. Vijaykanth against David Proudfoot. Every ball leads up to an expectation of a wicket being fallen down. As what's the secret behind this is the defensive approach of the batting unit. They consciously have this not to lose wickets mindset. Look at that. Every ball they face comes out with a bit of frustration, comes out with a bit of struggle to rotate the strike on the board. We're in so much of convincing stroke makings with confidence coming onto play, slashing it, slapping it, or pulling it away. These kind of stroke makings were not there, though there is an opportunity. They were just checking it with soft hands. Gets a thickish outside edge, no chance of that being the single. Continues to bowl over there. Onto the path straight away. This is the go-to line of Vijaykanth. Every time he bowls that line, both the batters are finding it difficult to rotate the strike or to do things getting closer. The field positioning says it all. All the fielders are standing inside the 30th circle, almost halfway through the 30th circle. Not to let the batters rotate the strike that easily. Single to end the over. That's 55 for 2. That's a scorecard out there as both openers gone after giving some bright start to the side. But whereas this is up to these middle order batters, the number 3 and number 4, to take up the responsibility. That's what happened in the first innings too. In fact, this is much better batting picturization than the first innings. As you see in the first innings, the first 10 overs have been completely dominated by Corona Assaulters with the ball. They picked up early wickets, 23 for 3 if I'm not wrong. From that standards to the way how Refined 11 grown themselves up with a few partnerships and AK taking up the responsibilities, there seems to be Corona Assaulters were having upper edge comparing to Refined 11 in the first 10 overs, in both the innings in fact. I'll still say this is a wonderful batting display for a team chasing 177. 55 for 2 in 9 overs looks like a good number. They should be much conscious of the wicket column anyway. Surinder RC, the new bowler, comes into the attack. He opened the innings, couldn't give much impact with the bat. Now with the ball to accompany his side. Punches it hard, that picks the gap, and the placement seems to be right as it reaches out the boundary ropes. Wonderful stroke making. This is what I mentioned early. Convincing stroke making. There you could see the convincing stroke making. Got himself back into the position and slaps it to the left of point fielder. Look at that. Exceptional stroke making. Much better stroke making, Surinder Asi. That's a warm welcome. Would have never expected the first ball going for the boundary. This is much better one, inviting the batters to go for the cover drive. Many bowlers like to invite the batters to go for the cover drive, which stretches the batters, makes them tired, and brings out the 100% presence of mind from them. And there is more possibilities of wicket options too. Trying to bring up the bottom hand in control, but couldn't get the control that he is looking for. Will be just a single out there with 3 to end the over. Onto the stumps straight away, invading the stumps. Bit of a defensive approach, but smart approach here from David Proudfoot. And in fact, what matters the most is they've been focusing much on the wicket column. That's what Vijay Raj is also doing. It seems like they're struggling, they're not focusing on boundaries, but they gradually improvise as the run rate. 4 runs and over, 5 runs and over. As the required run rate is 5.70. It's not a T20 to go hurry burry. It's in 30 overs game where you have to be more conscious and not to lose the wicket. That's where it gets in much good control over there. Good comeback from Surinder Asi after conceding a boundary on the first ball. Onto the pads, chance for the single. And that turns out to be single to end the over. That's 10 gets completed, 62 for 2. 10 gets completed, 62 for 2. Even with this run rate, the current run rate is 6.20, whereas the required is 5.75, which gives an upper edge for the batting side. Both Vijay and Dravid Proudfoot understood the situation and trying to console this innings with a good partnership, not with boundaries and sixers. And there comes the smartness on the field. As things were quite good under control with the way how it went so far. Starting things off with the dot ball. Left arm spinner finally into the attack. As I could say, Guru, the new bowler, into the attack. But it seems to be still an attacking intent from refined 11 that could be appreciated. The fielders were not being spread around to the boundary ropes. They were closer to the wicket to avoid the batters rotating the strike. That's something that's taking them to have a little bit of upper hands. But whereas these two batters are not ready to lose wickets. That's why the confidence coming on to play. Leaves the way, and that seems to be a gifted delivery, turns out to be maximum. If he bowls such balls, though it's a defensive approach, though it's a test match, it will be going for a sixer. That's more like a gifted approach. Come on, hit me over for a maximum. And thank you so much, says Vijay Raj. Poor delivery as a left arm spinner, especially when you don't have a fielder at the deep. Squeezes through the covers. This might be adding up to more fielders being stood at the boundary ropes, with one fielder being implemented at the boundary ropes, and slightly the run rate is getting increased. After a couple of dot balls, this was an unwanted approach from Guru to bowl onto the body line with a quicker one. The batters themselves were not showing much interest to go for big shots. They could confidently flight more. Look at that. Same kind of approach. Could have been going for more sixer. Trying to find the way to score runs on the board. Couldn't get much control over there. As this seems to be a couple of white balls out there. This is the delivery I've been speaking about. When you flight it like that, you can have an upper edge against your batter. Though this goes for the single, with this being consistently bowled at the right line and length, will be having much control against the batters. Single to end the over. 11 gets completed, 72 for 2. Continues out to bowl Surendra Raj C, in fact, 0 for 7 so far. As with this two-way approach, with slowness on the condition, with left arm spinner into the control, this is going to be the most crucial phase of this game, where both the sides can have an upper hands by dominating their opposition. 105 required of 1-on-4 to win the game, which is still in good control. The way how they travel through this inning seems to be impressive to watch out for. Maybe this could be possible in another 10-14 overs. Most probably before the completion of the 25th over if it goes in the same fashion. They're also looking out to be much hard on looking for the wickets, all the medium pacers. So the more you're desperate, the more you lose out your control, the more you lose out your rhythm. Your natural deliveries won't be in your control. There you could see that. Angling onto the stumps. Good work done by Surendra RC. Starting things off with a couple of dot balls and more of different change of lengths. That was surprising for David Proudfoot. There are 3 fielders on the onside. Short square leg, short mid wicket and long on in position. Rest of the areas kept empty. So it's better to focus on the onside than the offside. But moreover, whenever the bowlers angling onto the stumps, that was respected. It seems like they are giving too much respect to the bowlers. It is appreciable that to a certain extent that you could go for the defensive approach if it attacks the stumps, but after a point of time this should be the result I've been speaking about. If it's onto your body or onto the stump line, this is how it should get the result that it requires. Wonderful pull shot out there from David Proudfoot. The swing was beautiful to watch out for as he went high to low so that he could pull it with a grounded approach, not in the air. Look at that. Up to down. Excellent stroke making and the placement was perfect. That's what I mentioned. Only 2 fielders inside the circle and 1 long on fielder doesn't cover the entire leg side. So if you move across, punish a bit of lengths and lines that are coming onto the body line and stump line, this is going to be a different game altogether for Corona Saltos. But most of the time when the ball is being bowled onto the stumps, it seems like they're going with soft hand push for a defense. So if you bowl onto the stump line, I'll defend it. If you bowl onto the stump line, I'll defend it. I'll give respect. It doesn't work that way. I'll flick it away for boundary. I'll go for on drive. Those approaches must be improvising your game. Continues out to bowl Surendra RC. Dot ball to end the over. 6 runs coming off the over. That's 78 for 2. That's a scorecard out there. Only 1 over for the spinner among these entire 12 overs of quotas. 11 overs are being bowled by the medium pacers and fast bowlers. It seems to be having good control from the batters. Punches it through the sweeper cover. Good start from Guru. This seems to be a proper line and length, and Guru is having different field positioning altogether. Deep mid wicket, deep squaring and long on in place. So it's better to focus on the offside to score boundaries, and there is fine leg, the region that is kept empty. I think these regions must be focused by the batters. Couldn't get much control over there. So far it's been a decent batting display from Corona Saltos. Even within the control of the bowlers, they are trying to score runs on the board. To be very honest, they're trying to steal runs on the board. That's where it gets a different approach. Another one missed down by Vijay Raj. The similar kind of delivery went for a maximum in his previous over, and he's doing the same mistake again. This time it was kept in good control, yet went for wide ball. This seems like if a batter moves across, he eventually bowls an arm ball on the body line. 2 is the call from the batter. And they're running back for the second run. That is an excellent running between the wickets. As everything goes out of their control, Corona Assaulters were batting with safe and secured batting approach, not having any kind of hurry-burry attitude. Just relaxed batting display 1, 2 and happy with those 1 and 2. As this went a bit out of their control. Much better one with the way how he closed the base of the bat, Vijay Raj. A cheeky single down there with good understanding with his partner. And David Proudfoot is more of giving much respect to the ball if it's onto the stumps, opening the pace and placing it to the point fielder. Rather than placing it to the point fielder, there is sweeper cover, there is long off. There are more regions out there to rotate the strike, converting dot balls into singles. And that's been squeezed down to the square of point fielder. Good start from the fielder anyway from the deep. Will be a couple of runs on the board. Good cricket all round overall. Right from the kind of delivery being bowled to the kind of batting. And the fielding standard was impressive. Eight runs so far in this over with one more to go. Solidity comes into play. That's dot ball to end the over, 86 for 2. AK, the new bowler, did well with the bat. Scored a half century. Batted with responsibility. Now with the ball to accompany his side. And sometimes this used to happen for the all-rounders. When they did well in any aspect of the game, it will carry forward to them on the other aspect as well. If they bat well, they could eventually bowl well as well. If they bowl well, they could eventually bat well as well. So this luck factor or this positive energy or the aura that transforms on the other innings. Can AK be able to pull things off to his side? Seems like a medium pacer into the attack. AK is another medium pacer. There is less number of spinners out there with refined 11, it seems, as most of their bowlers were bowling medium pace and quick pace. So this gives the syllabus that is being regular for the batters. They faced some medium paces. There is no much difference between one and the other, except the height factor and the physique, maybe the pace, but these are not the huge variations. So this seems to be the regular rhythm, regular cycle for the batters. You watch a medium pacer, you rotate the strike, you watch a left arm spinner. So this tradition should be broken. There should be a quick pace bowler, there should be an in-swinging bowler, there should be a leggy. That approach is missing down. Good on from AK, strong appeal over there. Extract a bit of extra bounce too. Maybe if that comes in control, there may be a chance of wicket. That's why in many forms of cricket, if the partnership gets growing without losing wickets, the skipper straight away uses the part-timer. He might not be on the radar, but he'll be used to break the partnership. Eventually the wicket might also be falling down The wicket that doesn't fallen down for Bumrah, the wicket that doesn't fallen down for Mohammad Siraj, might sometimes be falling down for Virat Kohli as a bowler. These were lucky runs on the board, scoring 3 runs for this. A short steal over there that brings strike back to David Proudfoot as well. In fact, Vijay Raj back on strike. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much control over there. Will just be a single out there. We just want to finish things off. So far it's 5 runs coming off this over. Through the covers, picks the gap, and the placement seems to be perfect. This is what he's known for, and that's what he's doing now. David Proudfoot. Spectacular stroke making that turns out to be. Just taking back a look at the 2 fielders inside the covers, and in between them comes in style. Wonderful stroke making. That's 14 gets completed. 95 for 2. Vaidya, the new bowler, into the attack. Another spinner, on the first off spinner of the day in this innings. That's because we've seen 24 overs of spinners in control, especially with most of them being done by the off spinners. As this partnership 50 between these two batters, it was 46 for 2 when they both collaborated together. Equal contributions from both the batters. That's most impressive, especially with the boundary of David Proudfoot in the previous over, which sets himself well. He started meeting the ball well. Now it's going to be much interesting to watch Utfa with the way how he finds score runs on the board. Will be just a wide ball out there. This is turning out to be quite good under control. 99 for 2 it is. $100 up here for Corona Salters comes in style. Now all they need is just 77 runs required to win the game. With one partnership does the job for them. 100 up here for Corona Salters. Good thing is that they never find aerial route. When he got back to the first innings with the way how refined Lemon batted, even the first wicket fallen down when the batter tried to go for the big shot over the mid-off fielder, including Surender, including Vinesh, everyone tried to go for the big shot and lost their wicket. But here it seems to be smart and sensible with the way how they're picking up these gaps to score and runs on the board. So juicy one through the covers. This seems to be pretty impressive for them. One after the other, every ball goes for a single or more than that. Seems to be relaxed batting out there. 74 of 91. With the first 15 overs, if they could be able to score 1 or 3, why can't they take another 10 overs to score the other 75 runs? This gets pretty closer. Dot ball to end the over. That's 1 or 3 for 2. On a 3 for 2 after 15 halfway through the second innings. Just 74 required of next 90 balls. If this partnership gets going to the next 4-5 overs, this is going to be easy task. Unless or until the partnership gets broken in the middle, there is a short possibilities of refined 11 coming back stronger in the game. I'll still say nobody at the driver's seat. Just one partnership that ensures that they could eventually go towards the driver's seat, but not closer to the winning margin. One partnership breaking wicket, and they could eventually get a couple one after the other. There are still possibilities for both the sides to make it or to break it. through the covers. Juicy one. 2 is the call as they're running back for the second run. That's a wonderful save out there to stop a couple of runs on the board. He's not comfortable to run at the long off region. Seems like some niggle on his leg, Vaidhi. And that's why it seems to be a reluctant approach at the long off region. Continues out to bowl AK. Ouch. That's pretty unfortunate. Unexpected pace from AK. Surprising one too. I think this approach is very important at this point of time. The more you variate the pace, the more the batters could get confused on what needs to be done. Much good on control will be just a single. Pulls it away, and that turns out to be a beautiful shot, but it is not having the outfield it requires. It's unfortunate that David Proudfoot was standing still. Usually white jersey will provide such balls to boundaries, but these are overcast conditions as the ball is not rolling comfortably over the boundary ropes. For a moment David was standing to watch it going for boundary, then he thought that it's not going for boundary and started running. Catches the call, but that pitch is down. Was not satisfied with that, going out of his control. 16 gets completed. 1 at 9 for 2. One at 9 for 2. David Proudfoot moves into 30s, and Vijay Raj playing calm and composed innings by giving it back to David Proudfoot is into 26. But rather than individual numbers, it's getting almost closer to 67 required to win the game in 83 balls. Asim being an off spinner, there is still a possibility of them getting wickets, as most of the boundaries being scored by David Proudfoot were using the pace of the ball and pulling it away and just slicing it through the covers to get the boundary. But against an off spinner who is bowling slow through the air, this is going to be different pressure. Pulls it away. It doesn't provide the timing it requires, and the placement seems to be perfect. Spectacular stroke making. This is a very slow shot delivery. In fact, a poor delivery from Vaidhi. You can bowl such lengths only if it's a quicker one. If you're bowling a slower one with such lengths, it's an invitation. Look at that. He had all the time to twist himself up to score that boundary. Started scoring boundary of every over. David Proudfoot just using the pace of the ball and respecting the good ones. This is a simplified method of batting. Respect the good one, punish the bad one. Try to rotate the strike for the trickier ones. That's why the game proceeds. Nothing more than that. No wonder he might be trying to go over the bowler's head for boundary. The possibilities are still there, stepping out or to stand still to go over the bowler's head. That's a cheeky one to rotate the strike. 6 runs coming off that over. 115 for 2. In fact, one more to go. Vijay Raj on strike. Single to end the over. That's 116 for 2. One 116 for 2. Parthiban back into the attack. With change of pace, strong shouts. But no signs of the umpire getting convinced that is a wicket. But that was eventually attacking the stumps with a bit of change of pace. With the way how he's shuffling it around. Felt that it was missing down the leg anyway. Through the covers, juicy one, though this would be a single. I love the way how he plays the cover drives. No shakiness in the body, just straight bat coming on to play on top of the ball. A proper cover driving manual from David Proudfoot. Interesting batting display to watch out for. A tremendous batter with discipline as his key factor. That's high in the air. Catch is the call. And that lands in between the fielders. But no chance of that reaching out the boundary ropes. Guru was the fielder at long off. As it's getting a couple of runs on the board too. Couple of singles and twos here and there as things were quite good under control. Well, slight a bit of slower one which had its own control out there. Strong shouts. Turning down the leg, says the on-field umpire. Parthiban almost sat down for their appeal. They tried their best, but the on-field umpire will get the clear-cut sign on what exactly happened. And it's tough being an on-field umpire. Look at that. With such close deliveries, you might get confused sometimes. With that heat and pressure, you have to give an instant decision. A tough job being an on-field umpire, but that's being given precisely. 121 for 2 with one more to go. Seems to be pretty decent over comparing to the previous ones, as this doesn't carry any boundary on its numbers. The moment I finish the statement, it has something to be scored on. The outfield is supporting the bowling unit, as they could eventually get a couple of runs on the board. 123 for 2 after 18. That's a bowling card out there. All the bowlers are given 2 and a 3 overs. Parthiban completed his 5th over anyway, as the rest of the bowlers shuffled around him. Were given much bowlers, but anyway, were not trusting the spinners to do well. The sensibility of this particular innings is the partnership. They were not intending to go for the big shots. You can't tempt the batters to find the aerial route. Not even 1 or 2 shots, as the batters trying to go for the sixer. They know this is 30 over format, and they've been treating this as a ODI format as much than the T20 format. So far in ODI format, all you need is a calm and composed strike rotation one after the other. We should never get carried away. We should never have the intent to go for big shots. There shouldn't be any temptation. A pure solidity to rotate the strike. That's what happened here with this partnership. Both the batters into their 30s. Vijay Raj 30 of 34 and David Proudfoot 39 of 40. With 12 overs to be bowled, just 54 required to win the game. As this being the gentle reminder, mid-on inside the circle and long off in position. This might also be a trap to let the batter to try go over the mid-on fielder. Sometimes what happens is if a batter sees the mid-on inside the circle, they'll try to go over that fielder. As long on is a go-to option for every other batter out there playing cricket, they could eventually score runs on that particular region. Keeping that in mind, having mid-on inside the circle, and he's also standing a little wider. Through the covers, beautiful shot, and the timing says it all. And it eventually goes over the boundary ropes. The moment he hit the ball, the sound and timing said it, as it's almost like a trace of a bullet. Travels and reaches out the boundary ropes. Look at that. That's it. Look at the speed. Nobody's moving for that, in fact. Good to start things off. Surendra gets a warm welcome at the boundary. Long on fielders standing a bit wider. Sensible batting this is turning out to be from Vijay Raj. This is what I mentioned. Though he scored a boundary through the covers, he knows how to rotate the strike. Like in an automobile term, if you could be able to go in the 4th gear, you should also know how to come down to the 2nd gear. That's what's happening here. Much better one. Seems like a test cricketer. In fact, he's having that potential. In today's modern day cricket, there are very less amount of cricketers for having 3-dimensional approach. They could be able to play all the 3 formats, especially the test cricket format. David Proudfoot seems to be such a kind of batter. Trying to find the aerial route, fielder under the ball. And finally the partnership broken. David Proudfoot tried something out of his comfort zone and lost his way in the middle. Seems like a terrible approach. Everything goes good, and this shot is unnecessary. That's what I mentioned. When mid-on comes inside the circle, the batters were trying to find the aerial route. And not much movement required, just focus on the ball. Good catch taken. 128 for 3 as David Proudfoot, the batter, being dismissed. 39 runs of 41 balls. Wonderful innings came to an end. That will surely be a round of applause at the batting unit. But now to this batter, comes in at number 4, have to take up the responsibility and continue with what exactly done by David Proudfoot. Ganesh, the new batter, or is it going to be something that's going to be turning point of this game? Sometimes one brings 2. Let's wait and watch. With an average of 20 with a strike rate of 117, seems to be quite good. Not much convincing numbers, yet all you need is 49. Now the most important thing is not to score runs, but not to get collapsed, not to choke in the middle. That's the only way Corona assaulters could go out of this game. They're almost in the driver's seat. If anybody could go make this game go down, it will be Corona Assaultus batters. Everything is set for them. Flicks it away in between the fielders as two fielders converging together and chases down the ball, only to watch it going over the boundary ropes. Ganesh Sridharan comes in and straight away gets off the mark with that boundary. The placement was so perfect. The two fielders standing closer to each other as it travels in between them. It was something bowled onto the pads anyway. When you don't have a square leg and deep mid wicket and deep, how gutsy you could bowl onto the pads. Surender must look up to his bowling approach. It's contrast to his fielding approach. Another one went on to be a mistake, but eventually hits the pads and goes for single. We'll be keeping the strike back for the next over. That's 133 for 2. 3. Comes onto the front foot to go for the soft-handed defense. Back into the attack with Jayakanth. Couldn't get much control over there. Goes with a couple of dot balls out there. Onto the back foot, starting things off with a couple of dot balls against a new batter. This brings up a different energy altogether with refined 11 bowling unit. Just that partnership was broken, and eventually this builds the confidence. That's why I mentioned sometimes one brings two and two brings three. Eventually the game's context will change. Change of pace. Yet things have been in good control. He is one among the key bowler. Their most lethal weapon in today's game, Vijayakanth. Every time when the team was in crisis, he came in support for the side and did that really well. Couldn't open the pace over there. And these misfields allows them to go for another one. Turns out to be miscommunication. This is where it went for that extra run. These were unwanted approaches. Look at that. The throw was also not much precise as the batter almost gone closer to the stumps. The beauty is that he had 4 dot balls before that. With these 2 runs, this might unleash the power out from the batter to score runs on the board. Bowling his 4th over, Vijayakanth. Oh, this is between the fielders. Pierces the fielders as the fielder chases down the ball. We'll be getting a couple of runs on the board. 4 runs coming off this over. 2 to end this with 20 gets completed. Oh my god. Overthrows must be kept in control as we are entering into the most crucial phase of the game. 20 gets completed, 137 for 3. 137 for 3. The last 10 overs in action, 40 runs required to win the game with 7 wickets in hands. One needs 7 wickets and the other needs 40. We'll get all these conclusions with just 60 balls in action. Surendra RC back into the attack. Still there is some energy after the hydration break. Refined 11 are seeming to be refreshing. There is good energy, good vibe out there as all the field is shouting with positivity. This seems to be the first over. Oh, that's directed and the finger's gone up straight away. Immediately after the hydration break that breaks the rhythm and get themselves into the game. Refined 11. The intent was to go through the covers, but that was a wonderful effort. Took it one hand, throwed it that hand. Exceptional work. 137 for 4. As Ganesh Sridhar, the batter, being dismissed. This was what we've been watching about. Just look at that. I think he was not fully running. If he uses his bat, he could have reached earlier. But the bat is in the air and he is running a little relaxed. He was not expecting that throw, it seems. Look at that. Anyway, that's how the story comes to an end. Another wicket falls down. That invites a skipper himself into the crease, it seems. 137 for 4. The wicket that might also be the turning point of this innings was this. That was a wonderful direct hit out there. Definitely there have been a huge pep talk being done in the drinks break. That pep talk worked well. That brought in different energy among all the cricketers. Vijay Raj will be associating with Vijay now. The skipper himself comes into the crease. Did well with the ball. Might also be doing well with the bat as a number 6 batter. Uday Kumar, the fielder, who did the direct hit. Oh my god. Everything seems to be fearsome. Now even to touch the ball, they're having that fear. That's something called as defensive approach. If this comes in, that's an upper hands for the bowling side. The batters have started thinking of this defensive approach. They're going into the back foot straight away. That's happened in the air and nobody standing at the deep, which eventually leads up to this going for boundary. Vijay broke the silence with the boundary, gets off the mark with that boundary as well. There have been a bit of slowness on the condition. Look at that, he had more time. This was not a usual reaction. If it skids on, it would have been a wicket easily. But this is coming slow and Vijay understood the condition well and punches it. In fact, in today's game, the ball is coming on a bit of slow. It's holding on a bit. The one who understands this could score runs on the board. You could see in the first innings as well, AK played a lot of cut shots, letting the ball to come on, especially against the leg spinners. That's because of the pace is not working well. It's holding on, so he waited well, let the ball to come in and cut it away for the boundary. Same will be the formula against the Pacers as well. Change of pace. Getting good connection. Miscommunication in fact. But somehow leads up to this being a single. Will be keeping the strike back for the next over. 21 gets completed. 142 for 4. There you could see this batting scorecard. The number 4 batter Vijay Raj came in. Who's still there in the crease. Will be the only hope for them. Along with the captain showing some intent in the middle. 142 for 4. Uday Kumar with the ball. Did that run out straight away. First day is working well. Let's check his luck one more time. Now with the ball. I think these were intuitions must be done in limited overs cricket. But we have to look at the boundary counts as well. There have been 5 sixers being scored in the first innings, 1 sixer in the second innings. That shows a huge difference. And 12 boundaries overall. 13 boundaries in the first innings. So boundary counts have always give upper hands to refined 11. I think that's where Corona Assault is coming back stronger. The less you focus on the boundary, the more you could rotate the strike that could eventually go over the boundary ropes. Vijay A is not going to waste time here. He's trying to finish things off as quick as possible. Taking the game deep is not the formula that's gonna work here. Let's finish it off things as quick as possible. Just opens the pace of the bat and squeezes it over the point fielder. And there have been a left-right confusion for the sweeper cover fielder as well. Goes over the bowler's head. No signs of long on in position as long on fielder himself, in fact long off fielder himself, covers that region. This is risky field positioning from Uday Kumar. So there is the mid-on fielder who's almost standing like a mid-wicket fielder inside the 30-yard circle. Now finally that fielder is being removed, sent back to the long on region. That's another one high in the air. Hurry, very intent out there. Maybe now we could see some dramatic actions being happen too. The intent to go for the big shots, finding the aerial route, especially with the way how Vijay is batting. Goes over the bowler's head. Seems to be much better connection and a good save from the fielder as well. But this choice of stroke making is interesting to watch out for from Vijay. Not giving much respect to the bowler, especially if he bowls fuller length one after the other. Almost most of the ball being bowled by Uday Kumar was fuller length. I think that needs to be kept in control. Squeezes in between and the fielders converging together will be satisfied with that single out there. With that single it gets 8 runs in this over. 22 gets completed, 150 up here for Corona Assaulters. .150 for 4. AK back into the attack. Squeezes it to go for the single chance for the second run. And they're running back for the second run as Vijay Raj moves to 39. .25 more runs to win the game in 47. It's getting closer that the possibilities for Refined 11 is going low. They were the table toppers. They did well in the league phase, directly entered into the finalist position, whereas Corona Celtics had different kind of rollercoaster journey. Third position in the points table, couple of games they lost in the league phase, with one against Refined 11 as well. Oh my god, these were unexpected bounce, and that breaks the partnership as well. Vijay Raj straight away walks away. Good sportsmanship from him, and a wonderful surprise delivery from AK as well. Look at that. Nobody expected with this bowling action he will punch it down to extract that extra bounce. Disappointed, Vijay Raj walks back to the pavilion. 152 for 5 it is, but that was a wonderful innings from Vijay Raj. His 39 turned the games towards his side, especially with the way how he built that partnership. Will this change any impact on the game? Let's wait and watch. Starts off with a single Arvind VB, the only medium pacer we've seen in the first innings along with Vinod. But he was the one who bowled almost 4 overs, was not given another opportunity to bowl, in fact 5 overs. But anyway, now he have to bat. This surprise delivery is working well, as that's another one. This time the skipper himself lost his wicket. AK, the one who changed the game in the first innings, is now changing the story in the second innings as well. 1 brings 2. And that's another set batter gone. Look at that. The surprise wicket deliveries is working well for AK. And that turns out to be wicket number 6. 153 for 6 it is. Corona Salters in a slight trouble. That leads to the next batter comes into the crease in at number 8. But just 1 over that picked up 2 set batters wicket. The game is now looks out to be an equal battle. Now it's up to the way how Arvind and this man on screen you're watching comes without helmets are going to make it happen. But those surprise quicker ones were really impressive. Both the batters got surprised and doesn't know what exactly needs to be done. Umesh, the new batter, comes into the crease. Did really well with the ball. So now it's time to all the bowlers to do their job with the bat. Averaging 27. Good to see that. Numbers out there, 34 50s. Potential candidate it seems. But with the way how Refined 11 came into this game, that's a wonderful story to be told. They were out of this game for 20 overs. And with just 1 over and a few efforts out there in the middle, everything changes. That's a winning team knows how to win. How to get closer to the winning margin despite of thinking about the results. That's where it gets the huge difference out there. Strong shouts again. Dot ball to end the over. That's a tremendous over coming to an end. 154 for 6. Vijaykanth back into the attack. Have been a dominant performer in this tournament. 2 for 11 as of now. Comes in the most crucial phase of the game when 23 required of 42. It's not about the 42 balls, it's about the 23 runs required with 4 wickets in hands. Glides it behind as it rolls, and the batters are trying to get back for the second run. There is still a possibility for the third run as well, and he's running back for the third run. Wonderful running between the wickets between Arvind and Umesh Kumar. Now all you need is just 20 runs. 4 balls. This could be finished down. $20 and 41. Still no signs of them having any fine leg. That is a short fielder. He's also been placed on the outside off stump. So Vijaykanth must be changing his line. If he continues out to bowl stump line, there may be more possibilities of them slicing it behind the fine leg region. Trying to take some time in the middle, Arvind VB. The responsibilities are now falling onto his feet. That he have to take up the responsibility to keep the game moving. Chance of a single, no, says Umesh Kumar. The more they face dot balls, the more the pressure would be. There were no fielders standing in the deep on the onside. Only long on is there. Short square leg and short mid wicket in position. So he could eventually confidently step out and try to flick it away on the leg side. But this is not good. This is not good. All the fielders on the offside and trying to play it on the offside is not well. Coming back for the second run too. These were lethargic efforts. Leads up to them scoring 2 runs on the board. It's a matter of 3 balls right from here. 18 required. It's just 18 runs required to win the game. Trying to squeeze it to the point direction. But things are quite good under control. He knows what needs to be done, Arvind VB. There are fielders on the offside. The batters are trained to play on the offside for the stump line delivery. Sometimes you have to play across. Oh, that gets thickish outside edge. And nobody standing at the deep, which will eventually leads up to this going for boundary. A welcome boundary as Corona assaulters were marching towards a winning margin. These were unfortunate that Vijaykanth have to end up his over with a boundary. Look at that. And nobody standing at the deep. Only short third man chasing down the ball. He is nowhere in the picture. 163 for 6. through the sweeper cover, trying to turn things with just a single. As this is just a single out there to keep up the momentum going high. Couldn't get much control over there. Hope things are over and it's okay over there. A little bit of roughness out there. This used to happen when you play continuous cricket. (13) to win the game with Arvind VB on strike. Thickish outside edge that goes between the backward point and short third man. As he's chasing down the ball, will be reaching out the boundary fence. Lucky runs. As Arvind VB somehow managing to score runs on the board. Opens up his bat face. In fact, he's closing it. These were lucky runs, to be very honest. 9 requires to win the game. Change of pace as it fell short of the mid-off fielder. No chance of going for that single. Good, the DK is showing a lot of varieties out there. Slower balls, quicker ones, surprising short balls. That's how he picked up 2 wickets in his previous over. That's why the hope started beginning. It's a matter of 2 balls right from here. A 6 and 3 or a boundary and 6. Mid off and mid on inside the circle. Just go over the bowler's head. That's where this pace gets in. Trying to show his soccer skills, the batter. Chance for the second run. As they've been getting comfortable 2 runs on the board. Will be requiring 7 to win the game. 170 for 6. (170 for 6). Surinder RC, the bowler, back into the attack. Now they need 7 runs to win the game. With mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. Little lesser space to place the fielders outside the 30-yard circle. No signs of deep square leg, no signs of deep mid-wicket. All these areas are being kept empty. Might be pushing themselves under pressure. As Yes, that's where it's keeping things under control. Solidity comes into play. Trying to invade the stumps out there, Surendra Ratsi. That's the only way you could get into this game. But must be careful with this length as well, as mid-off and mid-on were inside the circle. This is much better. This is much better over there. Couple of dot balls over there. Umesh Kumar is trying to play responsibly. The kind of responsibility he is taking. He did that with the bat as well. He did that in the first innings with the ball as well. All these things were paying off well with just 6 runs required to win the game. That brings Arvind VB on strike. Will there be a possibility? Mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. Fell short of the fielder, but there is still a possibility. The field positioning seems to be impressive. They're trying to attack the batters. Flicks it away. Placement seems to be perfect. No chance of that being a boundary, but we'll be getting a couple of runs on the board for that. Now just a matter of a boundary. Right from here, as Corona Assaulters lost the toss, being pushed on to bowl first. But played a tremendous cricket out there despite of them having a poor track record against Refined 11. Today they played a different brand of cricket that leads them to stay on top of the game. Onto the pads, no chance of that being a wicket. 26 gets completed, 173 for 6. Swing and a miss. Was not getting that control it requires. Must be very aware on what needs to be done. AK continues out to bowl. Yes, he tried his best today. He's having one more over to be bowled. That's why this might be kept in control. Just one boundary requires. Punches it away on top of the ball, and that reaches out the boundary ropes. That's a winning moment. Umesh Kumar D finishes things off as Corona Assaulters are lifting up the trophy. They are the winners of this Red Wing season number 3 grand final. This was that winning shot against Ajit, who did his best to keep up the momentum going high. But that's a tremendous stroke making from Umesh Kumar that leads up to them winning up this game. Corona Assaulters, having lost the toss, being put on to bowl first, conceded 176 runs in the first innings with a target of 177 against one of the top sides of the tournament. They batted really well, with the way especially Vinod and Sham for their start. David Proudfoot and Vijay Raj for their tremendous partnership with calmness and composed knock. Less sixers, more singles, so that you could eventually reach out the winning numbers with safe and secured mode. That's what they did. The formula worked really well today. And rest of the batters like Vijay, Arvind and Umesh Kumar have also contributed well together to make this happen. With the ball, we've seen Vijay doing well, Surendra doing well, AK did really well, but unfortunately Refined 11 couldn't stop Corona Assaulters chasing down the target. They were 20 to 25 runs short. That's what costed them this game. So Red Wing season number 3 is being won by Corona Assaulters, and the player of the match will be given to Arvind VB. There you could see some sign of celebrations from Corona assaulters. Look at that! As the hats were flying. Seems like they prepared for this, and look at the amount of hard work they would have done to make it happen. Smiling faces everywhere. And this final team meeting before things go out of the control. One more celebration or gesture. Champions Corona assaulters of this Red season number 3. Smiling faces. They deserve this with the kind of approach they did, especially with the captainship of Vijay. Kudos to the side. With every other player contributed today, it doesn't depend upon one cricketer. One after the other, they did really well. One thing that I loved with them is the way how they use the spinners, how they trusted the spinners. Many captains don't trust spinners. That says it all with the way how Vijay approaches team and made it to perform well in big standards. And that final pep talk shows the kind of discipline they have. Seems like the side is travelling around and playing a lot of tournaments in local cricket. And that's been well organized side. Deserves to be a champions. Hard luck to refine 11, but they've also been a champion team so far in this tournament. They did really well. But unfortunately, a few things didn't went into their favour today, which leads Corona assaulters making it to happen. Congratulations, Corona assaulters.